Our mission is peace.
Peace, Pash, Shalom, Salam, Shanti. Yesterday we started our event by opening the 4 directions, so we are continuing. And today we'll open the day with a special prayer from the universal Inayati lineage of Inayati Sufism, where you put your right hand over your heart, left hand over right, spread the fingers, lift the chin, and as it drifts down to your heart, you say, this body.
This body.
Chin to the left, and as it drifts across, is a temple for the heart.
Is a temple for the heart.
So let's do it together one more time. This body is a temple for the heart. Towards the one, the perfection of love, harmony, and beauty, the only being, united with all the illuminated souls who form the embodiment of the Master, the Spirit of guidance. Amen. So, thank you for joining us for day number 2 of HeartFire Festival, All Hallows Weekend 2020. I am once again going to be your MC, along with my beautiful and beloved wife, my better half Waida here. I go by Yasha Kasha, and it is a great pleasure to have you with us again. So thank you and welcome back to HeartFire. We hope you got some good rest and have been having a good day, and we hope that you really enjoy the special offerings that we've curated for you just for tonight, for the day of Halloween, All Hallows Eve, celebrating the time that the ancestors are moving towards us. So welcome.
Bienvenidos una vez más a HeartFire Festival, día número 2. Y bueno, hoy tenemos muchos interesantes artistas y también talleres y algunos maestros. Así que, bueno, vamos a ver.
Yes.
¿Quién viene primero?
Gracias. So, just like yesterday, Waida will be translating the emceeing into Spanish for our South American audience, and I'll be sharing in English. Yesterday, we had a very special journey into the indigenous teachings about the Day of the Ancestors, about this particular month, this particular time of year, this season, as well as about, the worldwide traditions of All Hallows and of Samhain and so on. And today we're going to have something very special that I like to call satsang. We can think of today as a satsang. Why? Well, the word satsang is a combination of the word sat, as in sattvic, and sangha. And so sat has to do with truth. Sat means true, means pure, purity and truth, balance, sat. And sangha has to do with the community we're in, the family, the circle of practitioners on the path together. And so we are keeping good company here with all of you. We are in a familial, communal circle, studying these sacred traditions, these sacred teachings from the teachers such as Venerable Panyavati, who will be with us today. And so receiving her Dhamma transmission of the Buddhist teachings, the Dharma, from this guide will be a meaningful part of our satsang. And we'll also have yoga, breathwork, cold training, and then we'll move into some hip-hop with my dear friend Lily Fangs. Waida and I will be sharing some of our original music. That's a work in progress. And lastly, we'll have a very special visit from our headliner this year, Trevor Hall himself. who's sharing his new album and who will be doing an extended interview and spiritual dialogue with us after he plays some music. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere, bring your friends, get some popcorn, be ready to participate fully in the day. It's going to be some intensive practice, so just actually hold off on the popcorn maybe till after the breath work and focus entirely on participation, because we're starting with some call and response Kirtan, a very special Kirtan that'll be led by a friend and recurring member visitor of HeartFire Festival now, Sheila Bringy, who teaches Hindu traditions and sacred song and practices like Kirtan at Naropa University, and who's also a performer and likes to share her prayers with the people in the world. So we'll get to witness a very special and authentic Kirtan from her Hindu Indian lineage. So that's coming right up in just a moment.
Entonces, a continuación vamos a recibir a Sheila. ¿Es correcto la pronunciación? Sheila. Y ella nos va a compartir una sesión de Kirtan. También Sheila comparte diferentes sabidurías hindús, especialmente en Naropa University, aquí en Colorado. Entonces, bueno, esperamos que reciban esta música, este sound healing, esta música sanadora de esta parte del mundo, de estos altares del este. Así que siéntanse cómodos para poder recibir, tener su agüita ahí con ustedes, un incienso. Sería perfecto si así lo sienten. Entonces, bueno.
Gracias. And as I shared yesterday, the question of this gathering is, who are you? Who am I? Who are we? What costume are we wearing? I don't know who I'm dressed as today.
What costume?
I guess I guess I'm dressed as a masked man. Masks are big nowadays. I don't know.
Maybe un payasito.
Oh yeah, maybe a jester.
clown.
Okay. Yeah, I got this mask in Venice. That was a special journey some years ago. White has got some beautiful paint going on. Wow. Okay.
Aquí the artist present aquí.
We like to make art here at our house. Wish you could see the mural that's right behind the cameraman. Next time. Okay, enjoy Kirtan with Sheila Bringy herself and friends. Have a wonderful Kirtan, wonderful prayers. Please participate and enjoy. Peace.
Disfrútenlo. Paz.
Jai 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 Gananayaka Jai Jai Vighna Vinashaka Jai 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 Gananayaka Jai Jai Vighna Vinashaka Jai 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 Gananayaka Jai Jai जय जय कर्णनायका जय जय विघ्न विनाशका
जय 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 गणनायका जय जय विघ्न विनाशका
हे शुभमङ्गलदायका विद्या बुद्धिप्रदायका
हे शुभमङ्गलदायका विद्या बुद्धिप्रदायका
गजवदना गौरीनन्दना
गजवदना गौरीनन्दना
गजवदना गौरीनन्दना
गजवदना गौरीनन्दना
गजवदना गौरीनन्दना
गजवदना गौरीनन्दना
गजवदना
गजवदना
गौरीनन्दना
गौरीनन्दना
गङ्गाधर शिव शम्भो नन्दन
गङ्गाधर शिव शम्भो नन्दन
गङ्गाधर शिव शम्भो नन्दन
गङ्गाधर शिव शम्भो नन्दन
जय 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 गणनायका जय जय विघ्न विनाशका
जय 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 गणनायका विघ्नप्रदायका
जय जय विघ्न विनाशका
जय जय विघ्नप्रदायका
जय जय विघ्न विनाशका
जय जय विघ्नविनाशका
जय मां जय जय मां
जय जय
जय मां जय जय मां
जय जय जय
Jaya Durge, 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 Jai Jai Ma.
Jaya Durge, 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 Jai Jai Ma.
Jagadambe 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 Jai Jai Ma. Jagadambe Jai Jai Ma. Jagadambe Jai Jai Ma. Jagadambe Jai Jai Ma. Jagadambe Jai Jai Ma. Jagadambe Jai Jai Ma. Jagadambe Jai Jai Ma. Jagadambe Jai Jai Ma. Jagadambe Jai Jai Ma. Jagadambe Jai Jai Ma. Jagadambe Jai Jai Ma. Jagadambe Jai Jai Ma. Durge, Durge, Durge Jai Jai Ma.
Durge, Durge, Durge Jai Jai Ma.
Jaya Durge, Durge, Durge Jai Jai Ma.
Jaya Durge, Durge, Durge Jai Jai Ma.
So, thank you, Sheila.
Gracias, Sheila.
Bless you. Bless everyone at this gathering. Bless yourselves, your wife and family. May everyone have food and shelter and be happy and peaceful.
Bendiciones, bendíganse a ustedes mismos, bendigan su casa, su familia en este momento, con el cedro sagrado,
Yes.
con el abuelito fuego, Taita Nina.
Lord is passing her blessings from the fire to your home and your family. May we have clean water, clean air, may the plants safe and happy, and all the people have what they need. So, happy Halloween. We're going to keep going. That was an incredible kirtan with Sheila. Thank you, Sheila, once again. Thank you to all of the people that participated in creating that beautiful kirtan video. I just look like I'm dead. I'm not actually dead. This is just, my appearance at the moment. It's going to keep transitioning and changing.
Gracias a Sheila, gracias también al grupo que acompañó y hizo posible este kirtan, esta sesión de kirtan. Muchas bendiciones, hermoso trabajo, hermosas medicinas que tienen para nosotros y para las personas que desde sus casas están recibiendo este lenguaje tan especial, tan importante, tan sagrado y tan antiguo, ¿no?
Mm-hmm. So we hope you've been enjoying. We're going to continue with our special gathering today, our special satsang. I need a drink of water first, so, gotta stay hydrated. Wait, that's not gonna work right now. Anywho, we're going to continue with breath work with Kenley Vasquez. So this is a very powerful practice. It's really only going to make any sense if you actually participate and do it. So this is a great time to get ready for some heavy-duty breathing. It can definitely alter your state of consciousness. So if it's too much, just take a little break. If you're able to stick with it, that's a good idea. As long as you stay grounded enough and feel safe enough. So gauge yourselves. You're responsible for yourselves in that way. But Kenley is a wonderful facilitator, and I'm sure that you'll enjoy the breathwork journey. We will also have interludes throughout the day from our friends, different artists and musicians for a little dancing so you can shake it loose, such as Tree Fort, a DJ and producer that I've worked with on the Original Currency project. So we'll also have some Original Currency music and various other interludes. So don't be surprised if you just hear some music. It means it's a chance to get some water, to move your body. Next up we have breath work. Again, try and participate, and then we'll move straight from that into yoga, and that's another powerful practice. They go well together. So we hope you enjoyed the kirtan, and we're moving into breath work now with Kenley.
Yeah, Kenley es una increíble amiga, hermana del camino y compañera realmente aquí de nuestra comunidad. Ella en este momento va a compartir este taller de breathwork. Es un taller realmente muy práctico para que podamos recibirlo e integrarlo para hacerlo realmente todos los días, ¿no? Al despertar. Es una práctica muy especial y Kenley hace un muy buen trabajo guiando realmente esta práctica. Entonces, bueno, recomendamos, ¿no? que lo reciban, que tampoco, si sienten que deben parar en algún momento, también permitir hacerlo, ¿no? Y bueno, vamos a continuar con este increíble taller de breathwork. Gracias, Kenley, esperamos que lo disfruten.
Mm-hmm.
Y más adelante seguimos con yoga.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Wada is reminding us Kenley should be given her due credit as a friend and community member of us here in Colorado. So we're very glad that she's sharing. She does share breathwork with our community regularly, and so we expect those workshops to continue and perhaps become more available publicly soon through our academy. So stay in touch and stay tuned for that. Now, to breathwork. I am really thirsty. I'm going to try again.
Ok, continuamos con breathwork.
I guess the earth wanted an offering. Okay. All right, we're going to continue.
Welcome to Breathwork for the HeartFire Festival. This is also a cold training introduction to give you some of the ideas that are going to help you transcend some limitations and achieve really amazing health in your body. Breathwork is an ancient modality that has been around since the beginning of time. People have always been able to use their breath to push themselves further and to go deeper into their spirituality. It's really powerful because it's truly self-healing. It's all coming from within you, and you really know what you need. So I really want to let you know that you can't mess this up. You're going to do perfectly. You can't breathe wrong, and you can't be too much. Breathwork is really like life in that you can consciously choose to engage with it or not, but it's happening regardless all the time. So what happens when we choose to be engaged and we choose to tune in with our breath? What happens when we choose to tune in with our life and make it be what we really want it to be? This breathwork comes with the recommendation for cold training afterwards, and this is often in the form of a cold shower. It's really helpful to do it right after the breathwork, so if you feel called to do that today, I highly recommend it. I like to start with getting my hands and my feet into the cold water, really kind of letting my system adjust, and then exposing my core, my back, and my head, and really staying with it for at least 2 minutes. You have miles of veins running through your body, and the cold water is a vascular exercise for them. And it really helps you to transcend some of those limitations and do something more than you thought you could do. So really try to tune into that peaceful place within yourself and push yourself to stay with the cold water. So this breath is in the form of a circular breath. It's an active in-breath and a passive out-breath. And we like to do it in 5 cycles. So we start breathing into our stomach, up to our chest, out through our third eye, and in again. And I'm going to demonstrate through this entire thing, so don't feel like you have to do it alone. If you fall out of sync with the breath at any time, just tune in with me and we'll get you back on track. We do 5 rounds dedicated to each of the elements. So in the first round, I like to focus on the air, the fire, the water, etc. I feel like it really helps us tap into the strength that's always available to us through those elements. So if you'd like to find yourself a small pillow, one that won't prop your head up so much that's restricting your airway, maybe a blanket, just get something comfortable, and find yourself a lying down position. We'll get started. And I like to call on the elements and the directions before I start, so I really feel supported by all the power and the energy that's out there and really here to help us in our evolution. And so finding yourself a quiet spot, maybe close your eyes. We'll pronounce the syllables hey ya hey for each direction. Spirit of the air, the east. Spirit of the fire, the south. Spirit of the water, the west. Spirit of the north, the earth. To the world above. Spirit of the cosmos. within sacred center. The directions are called, the circle is cast, and we are now between the worlds. So we're going to do about 40 active in-breaths. And then we're going to blow all the way out and hold. And we'll hold for about 45 seconds, working up to about 1:30 with totally empty, squeezing into our root, into our heart, and into our third eye. And again, I'll lead you through this. It's just nice to sometimes know what's coming up. And then after that, after we hold, we're going to breathe in for a recovery breath for about 15 seconds. We're going to hold it. We're going to really squeeze and activate our central channel and then blow it out through our third eye. And then we'll do that for 5 different rounds. Okay, so finding yourself a seat or lying down, we will begin the breath work. So really just focusing on going within, feeling yourself grounded into the earth, maybe a bubble of light surrounding you, protecting you. And you can call any spirit guides or ancestors you want with you today. And with that, we begin the breathwork breath to the spirit of the air in the east. Again, focusing on your root, your chest, your head. Trusting any tingles that you might feel in your hands or in your head. Five more breaths. And blowing it all the way out. And when you feel the need to breathe, you breathe all the way in. That's 45 seconds. Locking it inside. blowing it out through your third eye. And we dedicate this round to the fire, feeling that heat within us. Taking it all the way in and all the way out. Five more breaths. Blowing all the way out. Transcending your limitation, pushing yourself more than you thought you could. And when you feel the need to breathe, you breathe all the way in. Squeezing that root up into the chest, expanding through the third eye and breathing it out. We dedicate this round to the water and to the west, feeling our emotions, and we breathe. Trusting whatever emotions are coming up. Maybe some spinning. And 3 more breaths. Breathing all the way out. Breathing all the way in. Locking it. Activating the back channel full of light. Blow it out through your third eye. Feeling your cells full of light. We dedicate this round to the earth, to our bodies, and to the north. And we breathe. Deepest and fullest breaths yet. Rather than feel your shoulders go up and down, feel your body get wide. Five more breaths, the deepest ones yet. And blowing all the way out. Feeling your chest expand, all the air rushing through your body, and the earth grounding and holding you. And when you feel the need to breathe, breathing deeply and all the way in. Squeezing. Blowing it all out, expanding. letting your breath return to normal. Feeling the space you've created within your body, all the light. Maybe touching your arms, maybe giving yourself a hug, offering some gratitude to your body for being able to heal itself. Maybe turning over to your side. And when you do this practice on your own, feel free to rest here as long as feels good, as long as feels comfortable. Always remembering to finally come back to the room. Wiggling your fingers, wiggling your toes, drawing your spirit back to your body. We get really expanded in breath work, and it's really important to gently bring ourselves back. So maybe pressing yourself up to a sitting position. Our last round, we do some physical exercise after we breathe the last round. And this really helps fully oxygenate all the cells in our body. So we'll do this round sitting. When you do this practice at home, do as many rounds of the exercise, as many rounds of the seated breath as you want before you go to the cold shower. So we place our hands on our stomach, and as we breathe this time, really focus on feeling that wave of energy starting in our root, coming up to our chest, and cascading out our third eye, and again, just circular breath. So sometimes moving your hands can help you feel that energy lifting. And so we dedicate this round to the ether and to spirit, to the above and to the below, and to sacred center. So really feeling those with us now. And together we breathe. Deepest breaths yet, letting them heal you. Activate you. Accepting whatever resistance you feel. And 3 more breaths. And blowing it all the way out. Feeling your body expanding as you transcend limitations. Knowing that you are capable of so much more than you believe yourself to be. If you can break through those barriers, the world opens up. And when you feel the need to breathe, you breathe all the way into every cell. Awakening this light all through your back, all through your spine. Opening your root, your heart, and exploding through your third eye, breathing all the way out. And at this time, I invite you to find a space where you can do some push-ups or some mountain climbers. And on an exhale, doing as many as you truly can. So either pushing up, or mountain climbers, whatever feels good, while holding your breath. And when I do this at home, I do several rounds of this until I can do even more each round. So letting yourself be wherever you're at. And then coming back to seated, grounding yourself, feeling proud of yourself for all the work and all the energy you just released and all the new light that you just have brought into your body. You are truly capable of so much, and I am 100% in support of you, every one of you, in support of us and the work that we're doing with these learning opportunities. And so if you found some value in the breath work, we do offer Wednesday night weekly classes. You can find a link to that underneath. And I also offer a more ceremonial, guided, with music breath work on my website. It's called Imaginal Breathwork, and you can find that link below as well. I'm truly, truly grateful for each one of you and the peace that you're creating within yourself and the light that we are all aligning ourselves with and attuning with. So with all the love in my heart, I thank you for joining breathwork and cold training, and I wish you luck in your breathwork journey. We'll close the directions as a way to say thank you to the Spirit. Spirit of the East. Spirit of the South. Spirit of the West. Spirit once again. And may you stay blessed.
Wow, what an incredible breath work.
Wow, fue un increíble breathwork.
Thank you,
realmente.
Kenley. And the practice is not over. So keep yourself warmed up with that breath. And if you'd like, we highly recommend you run and just take a cold shower real quick. Jump in some cold water. It'll invigorate you and keep you going for these teachings that are coming up and this yoga. So before we do the yoga movement, getting some cold water on your body is a great move. If you don't want to, that's okay. You can just drink some water instead. You know, I figured out that if I'm really thirsty, I can just take my mask off and then the water actually goes into my mouth. Who would have thunk it? Anywho, if you would like to drink some water or get some tea, now is the time. Maybe jump in some cold water. Otherwise, just dance here. We'll play a song by my dear friend Treefort. We hope you enjoy, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Enjoy Treefort's music.
Bueno, recomendamos entonces que las personas que realmente quieren completar este taller como se debe hacer, vayan rapidito y con este cuerpo calientito a tomar una ducha fría. Esta es la recomendación para realmente completar el taller, si realmente quieren ir más profundo y tener efectivos resultados. Y mientras tanto también recomendamos tomar agua también, es muy importante. Y bueno, vamos a tener en este pequeño break a un grandioso amigo de Yasha, Treefort. Y bueno, también amigo mío, nuestro, de HeartFire. Entonces, bueno, vamos a
Escuchar su música.
escuchar su música. Esperamos que ustedes puedan disfrutar, danzar, ¿no? Tener esta canción en donde quiera que estén.
Okay, so, you know, try and stay in there for at least, you know, a few seconds, maybe a few minutes. Try and just get in that cold water, at least chilly for a couple minutes if you can. It's kind of fun. You'll feel good when you get back. Don't hurt yourself.
Ya, escuchando la música yo pienso que va a ser más placentero tener.
It's fun with music. So we'll see you in a minute. Peace.
Peace.
So thank you again to Treefort. Thank you to Kenley for that breath work. Thank you to Treefort for that music. We hope that you had a good break. Welcome back. We're about to go into yoga asana or HeartFire movement. This particular sequence today is actually called HeartFire movement by our dear friend Raj Seymour, who is a core team member, and who'll be guiding us through a somatic practice that goes really well and is especially beneficial after the breath work and the cold water. So if you had a drink, if you had a dance, if you got a cold shower, and this will make the movement session even more powerful and more effective, and especially after Kirtan at the beginning, it's going to take it much further. So we hope you enjoy HeartFire movement, and we'll see you on the other side for teachings from Venerable Panyavati.
Yeah, so gracias Kenley por este increíble taller de breathwork. Esperamos que todos los que nos están viendo hayan tomado su ducha fría. Y gracias también a Treefort por esta increíble música. Así que a continuación no se muevan de sus casas de la pantalla porque tenemos otro increíble taller que es Yoga Asana con Raj, que es un increíble amigo de nosotros y especial amigo también de HeartFire Festival, que también es un gran support, apoyo para que esto realmente sea posible. Así que gracias Raj, y bueno, esperamos que ustedes en casa puedan disfrutar de este siguiente taller para seguir completando, porque estamos cada vez más y más completos con todos estos talleres que han venido en el principio, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, esperamos que disfruten Yoga Asana con Raj y nos vemos en un ratito. Paz.
Hello, my name is Raj Seymour. Welcome to HeartFire Festival 2020. We're gonna do a little HeartFire movement for about the next half hour. I want to present some things that are available to anybody, any level, any person. So whether you do stuff all the time or rarely, please join along, get up, get moving. I mostly want to focus on the spine. And what's great about focusing on the spine during the HeartFire Festival is our heart and our fire are both located along the line of our spine. And so with that, just take a moment, find a nice solid stance, so either shoulder width or maybe even a little bit wider. Little plane going overhead, just reminds us where we're doing this. And maybe close your eyes, take a second to let your body settle, let your body ground. Maybe a couple exhales out the mouth. And while everything's grounding, feel a gentle lift, like two soft hands are pulling your head slightly up and holding you in place. And then if you'd like, you can bring one hand to your heart, one hand to your belly, the source of your fire. And open up to all the wisdom that this weekend brings, that all our guests, our presenters, our artists. Give yourself the space to take it all in. All right, gently open your eyes, relax your arms. We'll start with some neck circles. So go slow, go easy in the beginning. Drop your chin and then turn your chin to your right shoulder. Then draw a nice circle up towards the sky, over to your left shoulder and then back down. And if you already started with a circle that's too large, just make it smaller. If it feels good, maybe make your circle larger. There's no rush in this. Little crackles and pops are okay. Couple more in this direction. And then when you're ready, switch direction. And maybe start with the smaller circle. And as it feels ready, open it to a larger circle. And a couple more in this direction. And come back to center. We'll take some shoulder rolls to the back. So up, back, together, and down. Still feel your feet planted, maybe a little bend in your knees. And then switch directions. So now back, up, forward, and down. Let's finish off the other way. So roll your shoulders to the back. Nice. We'll do a little side flexion. Take your right hand with a little bend in your knees, slide it down your leg as the opposite rib cage moves up to the ceiling. And come back to center, and we'll switch directions. Back and forth. No speed necessary. Go at your pace. If I'm a little too fast for you, just slow it down. You'll catch up. No worries. And next side, we'll hold for a little bit longer. Remember to keep your knees slightly bent. Push your upturned rib cage towards the sky. Create a little more length in the back of your neck. And then come on up. We'll go to the other side. Same idea, little bend in your knees. Open up your upturned rib cage, length in the back of your neck. Nice. Come on up. I'm going to turn to the side. You don't need to. We're going to move into some rounding and some arching. So I'll start standing up, and I'll begin with my chin, and then one vertebra at a time, slowly round like someone is lifting you from your belly button until you come to a place where the only place to go is your hips to fold. That's where you stop. And then come back up, and we'll go into a slight back bend. Little bend in your knees, squeeze your glutes, and then back and forth. Go into your rounding. Let your arms hang free. And arching, open up your chest. A few more times like this, rounding. And arching. Maybe go a little deeper on these last ones, rounding. And arching. Nice. On this one, in your rounding hold, we'll be here about 10 seconds, so maybe go a little lower at the same time. Pull your belly in even more. Feel your lower back begin to round. Nice, and slowly come up, and then we'll hold the arch. Little bend in your knees. Push your pelvis slightly forward. Keep the back of your neck long. Lift your chest to the sky. Nice, and then come on back up. All right. Find your nice stance again. Then from your chest, so this time without your shoulders, push your chest forward and then draw the center of your back to the back. Chest forward and then back. Really try to find that extra millimeter in the front and that extra millimeter in the back. Try to create a little more movement in your thoracic spine, your upper spine. Keep your belly strong so your pelvis doesn't get too much involved. Nice. Come back to center. So now we'll take a little twist. Turn your head as far as you can to the right. Then your chest follows to the right. Then finally your hips. Then hold here for a moment. Keep your shoulders level. One tends to like to pop up. Maybe you can twist a little bit more. Nice. Bring your head back, your chest back, your pelvis back. We'll go the other side. Turn your head to the left. Bring your chest. Take your pelvis. Check in on your shoulders. See that they're relaxed and level. Breathe. And come back. Head, chest, and pelvis. We'll do that one more time. Take your head, then your chest, then your pelvis. Maybe a little deeper twist, maybe not. And then the other way. Turn your head, your chest, and your pelvis. Find what feels right for you. Nice. Come on back to center. Nice. So we'll take some simple arm swings. Start slow with these, especially if you're not used to them. So I'm going to start with under. So with my right side, I'm going to take my right arm and bring it up. Notice I'm bending my knees in order to make my arm move. It's an action that comes from the hips rather than the arms. Let your hand feel empty. If it starts to hurt, just slow it down. Make it nice and easy. If it feels good, maybe you speed it up a little bit. Last few. All right, and then we'll switch directions. So same idea, maybe it's nice and slow, or if it feels okay, pick up the speed. Last few here. All right, let's do the other side. So start in the reverse. Again, if it suits you to go slow, please go slow. If it feels right, get the hips more involved. Add some speed. Last few. And then we'll go forward. Maybe it's slow again. Find your full range. Or if it's a little faster, really empty out your hand. Last few. Come on back. Take your palms together, interlace your fingers, turn them out, then bring your arms up to the sky. Really reach your palms up. Find a little tuck of your tailbone, a little posterior tilt, maybe a tiny bend in your knees as you reach up even higher. Breathe easy. And as you release, bring your hands to your low back. Interlace your fingers again. Open your chest first, just like we did in that arch, and then slowly fold forward. You can bring your hands up. At this point, if you want, you can bend one knee and then the other. Little shifting side to side. Let your head hang. Nice, and then drop your hands to the mat and slowly come on down to your knees. So in the beginning, we're just gonna warm up the wrists. So you can place your fingers so they point back behind you, internally rotate your arms, press your fingers down first to your palm to your fingers, maybe even go to the backs of your hands. Really trying to warm up your wrists nice and slowly. All right, then we'll move into some cat-cows. Point your index finger straight ahead. From here, open your chest, slightly retract your shoulder blades as you tilt your tailbone up. And then round your upper back, push into your palms, hollow out your belly. Back through these two a few times. Open your chest, maybe gaze up slightly, round in, pull your belly in. And then go at your own breath, keep your arms straight, keep your palms pressed down into the mat. Nice. And come back to neutral. So one of my favorite things are barrel rolls. So find a little side flexion to one side and then to the other. We'll do this a couple times. Keep your arms straight. And then we'll combine those four movements. So from the side flexion, round your upper back to the other side flexion, and then retract your shoulders as you open your chest. And then you can find a smooth circle or connect to each of the 4 points separately. And when you're ready, switch directions. If you want to find those 4 points first, go for that. And when that feels good, round it out. All right. And slowly curl your toes under and press to downward facing dog. Just a few moments here, so walk it out. Bend and straighten your elbows, bend and straighten your knees. Move your chest around. Recatch your breath. And then bring your right leg forward. Keep your left knee lifted off the mat. come onto your fingertips and then open your chest. So a little forward and back, a little side to side, slowly opening up your left hip flexor, your inner groin. If you have some blocks or books nearby and you want to raise your hands, that's a great idea as well. Notice if your shoulders are creeping up to your ears, try to pull them back and down. Just a few more moments here. If you'd like, you can push your right knee out as you come onto the pinky side of your right foot. Nice. And drop down to your left knee. So you walk your hands back, straighten your right leg. So it's like a half splits. Climb onto your fingertips. Open your chest first and slowly fold. Here I like to play with straightening my foot or flexing, turning it in and out. Really seeking sensation. If it feels too much, bend your knee a little bit. That'll take some of the intensity away. Of course, if it feels good, you can fold a little deeper. And slowly come back forward. This time, keep your left knee on the ground. Place your left hand down, then bend your left knee. Now, if it's there for you, you can reach back and grab it. If it's not there, pull your left heel into your butt. If you can grab it, grab and then kick open your chest. Lean your head back. Find some easy breaths here. Keep your left shoulder out of your ear. Kick open the right side of your chest. Nice. And slowly release your foot. Bring your hand back down. Send your right leg high. Take a moment to shake it out. Open it up. Move it around. And place your right foot down. And gently step your left foot wide of your left hand. Same idea. Stay on your fingertips as you move forward and back, side to side. Keep your right knee lifted. If it feels okay to go down to your forearms, please do. Try to open your chest a little more. Relax your shoulders down a little more. Last few moments here. And gently drop to your right knee. Walk your hands back for a half split. Straightenish your left leg. Bring one hand on either side of your leg as you begin to fold forward. You can bend your left knee or straighten your foot, flex or point. You can even find a little rhythm with your breath. Come a little out of it on the inhale. Find a new depth with your exhale. Slowly come back forward. Keep your right knee on the ground and bend your right heel towards your butt. Maybe you stay there or reach your left hand back and grab a hold. Press into your right hand as you kick into your left. Open your chest. Bring your right shoulder down and away from your ear. And breathe. And slowly release. Bring your left hand down, send your left leg high. Again, shake it out, open it up, whatever movement feels right to you. And come back to your down dog. This time, take a wider down dog. Let your feet go wider, bend your knees, and then with 10 pulses, push your chest towards your thighs. Really try to get your chest close to your knees. We got 5 more. Last 3. Nice. Come back to your down dog. Take one breath in. And drop on down to your knees. Keep your toes curled under. We'll do a little wrist warm up. Interlace your fingers. Begin to roll your wrist one way. And roll your wrist the other. One more time each way. And switch. All right. Bring your hands back down. Take a seat. And we'll start. Hands behind your knees. Climb onto your tippy toes. Pull your chest up to the sky. And from here, lift your feet. Squeeze your legs together. You can stay here or release your arms. Stay or straighten your legs. Maybe come down to your low back. If this feels good, pause here. If you want a little bit more, you can bring your hands up or arms back. We'll be here about 30 seconds. Pull your belly down. Push your low back down. If it's too much, bend your knees. Change it up. Stay with it. Halfway there. Maybe go back again. Last 10 seconds. Pull your belly down. Nice, and come on up. And take your legs nice and wide. Maybe a little bending your knees, especially if you got some tight hamstrings. And from here, with a flat back, begin to fold forward. And then once you've come to your limit, allow your back to round. From that place, find length. Re-extend, find a flat back again. Come back up. We'll do this a couple times. Fold with a flat back. And then round. Re-extend. And come on up. Fold with a flat back. Round down lower. Extend forward. Come on up. Last one. Flat back. Round it. This time, as you extend forward, stay low. Reach your arms forward. Lower even more as you open your chest. Nice. And slowly come on up. Bring your hands behind you. Come into a frog squat. Bring your hands or your elbows in between your knees, palms together. If this doesn't work for you, you can come up a little higher or leave your heels off the mat. We'll just begin to press open our legs a few times. If this feels good, you can use your fists. Find a little more opening. And hold this last one. Nice. And stand up for a second, shake it out. So I want to give an opportunity to add some fire to the practice. So we'll play with some handstand hops. Obviously there's many levels, so I just want to show real quick and then I'll give you all a few moments to do your own. So first option will be from a shortened down dog. One leg up, the other leg comes down. Option 1. Option 2 goes a little higher. Switch in the middle. Right? Option 3, we know we hold and then slowly bring it down. Why don't you take probably 30 seconds to a minute on your own, play with some handstands. Or look at the beautiful mountains. Ooh, that was a good one. Really nice. When you're ready, meet me back in a frog squat. Take a moment to settle your breath, close your eyes. Frog squat doesn't work for you, take any seat you need. Bring your hands down, come on down to your knees. If it's okay to keep your toes curled under, keep them. Otherwise, sit how you like. Just a little wrist rehab. So extend your left arm out, fingers point down, grab a hold of your pinky, gently pull it back as you spread the rest of your fingers. Then move to your ring finger. Move to your middle finger. Move to your index finger. And your thumb. And we'll switch. Turn your right hand back, grab your pinky. your ring finger, your middle finger, index, and thumb. Nice. Shake out your hands, shake out your arms. Nice. And slowly make your way onto your back. We'll do a few bridge presses. If you don't know what I mean, you can look here for a sec. So bring your heels in line so you can barely graze them. And gently push your pelvis up. From here, anchor with your elbows so you can extend one leg. From here, lift your leg and your pelvis and then lower. And so now we'll do it together. Lift and lower. Lift and lower. Lift and lower. One more time. Lift. We'll hold this time. Maybe go a little bit higher. And slowly lower it down. Switch legs. Press up into your bridge. Extend your opposite leg. Lift a little higher and lower down. Lift and lower. Lift. Lower. A few more. Breathe with it. And last one. We'll hold this one a little bit longer. Bring it down. Bring both knees into your chest. Give yourself a nice squeeze. And release your left leg long. Pull your right knee in. And bring your right knee across your body. Reach your right arm in the same direction as your knee. And then slowly trace your finger around your head as you twist to the right. And we'll hold here. Slow your breath down. Find a softness. When you're ready, bring your arm back over your head. Unravel yourself. Pull both knees in. And release your right leg. Squeeze your left knee in. And draw it across your body. Reach your left arm with your left leg. And then trace your fingers over your head to the other side. Slow your breath even more. And bring your left arm up and over. Come back into center. Give yourself a squeeze. Bring your forehead to your knees and extend it out. If you'd like to take a seated meditation instead, please do that. Otherwise, extend your legs out, your arms out. Find a comfortable rest for your head. Take a deep breath in through your nose, out your mouth. And if you're finding a seated meditation, close your eyes or find a soft gaze, relax your hands, relax your shoulders. We'll stay here about a minute. If it feels okay to you, just like the beginning, feel free to bring one hand to your heart, one hand to your belly. Find your heart, source of your love. Find your belly, the source of your power, your fire. If you're laying down, begin to invite movement back into your body, your fingers, your toes, your wrists and ankles. You can take a full body stretch, come onto one side, and when you're ready, meet us in a comfortable seat. And thank you so much for joining me for this HeartFire movement and this HeartFire festival. It really does mean a lot. So much has gone into the production, to the creation, to the vision of this. So we really appreciate you being here. We We are so grateful for you, and I really hope you enjoy this weekend, this festival, these teachings, this music, all these artists, and I hope to see you soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raj, for that yoga and HeartFire movement session. Truly wonderful. We hope you all enjoyed it as much as we did here. Really good chance to stretch, work with the spine, get the whole body nice and loose and ready to sit upright and receive these teachings that we're about to hear. From Buddhist nun, Venerable Dr. Panyavati Bhikkhuni, who is a very dear friend of ours, and a teacher, an elder, and a wisdom keeper that we really value at our festival. She was with us transmitting the Dharma, transmitting the Buddhist Dhamma teachings at HeartFire New York over a year ago. She was with us at HeartFire Colorado at Naropa University. All of these big epic events we've had with Venerable Panyavati, and we're so glad that she's coming back to join us again in a virtual way. So Venerable Panyavati has the most impressive life story of almost anyone I've ever seen. I mean, really want to look into it. She has a special community in North Carolina called the Heartwood Refuge. So just look at their website, learn more about her, and she will transmit the teachings of Buddhism to us in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Bueno, gracias Raj por este increíble taller de yoga asana. Realmente que el yoga es muy importante para el cuerpo, ¿no? Para el alma también, para el espíritu, para la mente, para poder mover todas estas energías que realmente necesitan liberar del día a día. Y bueno, a continuación seguimos más bien con Dr. Panavati. Venerable Panavati. Esta increíble profesora y maestra y también ya es considerable como elder. ¿Cómo sería elder?
Una maestra de budismo.
Maestra de budismo, bueno, va a compartir con nosotros algunos conocimientos de la tradición Buda, ¿no? Para también enseñarnos un poco cómo mover este Dharma en nuestra vida, en nuestro cuerpo, en nuestra mente. Así que es un honor, una vez más, tener la presencia de esta maestra en HeartFire Festival, que también nos ha acompañado en otros HeartFires en Nueva York y también aquí en Colorado. Entonces, bienvenida, esperamos que también ustedes puedan recibir todos estos conocimientos sagrados en su corazón, en su espíritu y en sus hogares.
Yes, we hope you fully receive the wisdom that she's sharing with us today. Venerable Panyavati, it's off to you.
I'd like to share a story with you today. It's taken from the Odana Sutta. It's in the Pali text. And it is a story about love and how to love even under some of the most trying circumstances. Because the Buddha said it is in this way that we must train ourselves by liberation of the self through love. So if love came automatically, there would be no need to train, right? But he says we must train ourselves by liberation, freeing ourselves from the ego self-preservation mode through love. And if we do that, we will develop love, we will practice it, we will make it both a way and a basis, we will take our stand upon it, we will store it up, and we will thoroughly set it going. So I'm going to read you a story today, and in this story I'm going to refer to 3 characters in the story. One is named Brahmadatta, and we'll just call him Big King. The other is Durgeti, and we'll call him Little King. And Durgeti had a son called Durgayu, and we'll call him the son or the Little King's son. And I think in this way you'll understand the story and can stay with it instead of with Indian words. It says the Buddha had heard that his monks were quarreling amongst themselves, and he told them this story. In Benares, there was a powerful king, Brahmadatta, or Big King, who went to war against Durgeti, or Little King, the king of Kosala, for he thought that the kingdom of Kosala was small and an easy conquest. And Little King saw that resistance against Big King was useless, and so he fled his kingdom, and after much wandering, reached Benares and lived there with his wife in a potter's dwelling. And there they had a son, and they called him Durgayu, or we'll call him Little King's son, or just the son. And when the son had grown up, Little King thought to himself, Big King has done us great harm, and he will be fearing our revenge. If he ever finds us, he will kill us. So he sent his son away. And his son finished his education and became skillful and wise. But Little King's former barber, who lived in Benares, also saw him one day and betrayed him to Big King for a reward. Big King had Little King and his queen paraded through the streets, and there, to his horror, his son saw it. And afraid that he would draw attention to himself, Little King called out to his son, "Do not look at us. Turn away. Hatred is not appeased by hatred, only by forgiveness." Then he and his wife were executed. But when night arrived, the son took their bodies and burned them on a funeral pyre with honors. Hearing of this, Big King was sure that the son would assassinate him if he could. But the son had gone to the forest by then, where he could be alone in his sorrow. And after some time he returned to Benares, and hearing there was a job in the royal elephant stable, he took it. The king overheard him singing a sad but beautiful song to the accompaniment of his lute, and was so touched by his sweet, sweet voice that he asked the young man to join his retinue. And he soon saw how wise, how good-tempered, and how reliable the son was, and gave him a position of trust. Now remember, he didn't realize that this was Little King's son, right? The king went hunting, and he took the son as his only companion. He became tired and lay down and laid his head in Little Son's lap. At last here was Little Son's opportunity to avenge himself for the robbery of his kingdom and his parents' deaths. And he unsheathed his sword. But then he remembered his father's last words to him, that hatred can never be appeased by hatred. And he put his sword back. The king woke and said, "I dreamed that the young son of Little King was about to kill me with his sword." And Little King's son laid one hand on the king's head, and with the other took out his sword again. He said, "I am that son, and the time of revenge is now." And the king saw that he was at his mercy, and he said, "Grant me my life, dear son. Please grant me my life." And the son said, "How can I grant you your life when my life is in danger from you? It is you who must grant me my life." And the king said, "I will grant you your life if you will grant me mine." They then took each other's hands and swore never to harm each other. And out of remorse, the king gave the son back his kingdom. The Buddha ended his story with the comment, "Now monks, if such can be the forbearance of kings who are used to ruling by the sword, so much more must you let your light shine before the world." And I think it's a wonderful story because it brings up many things that we have to think about in our own life, in the moment. Reading a story is good. You say, yeah, that was noble, that was fine. But the question is, in the moment, when we have the opportunity to show mercy, in the moment, when we have the opportunity to overlook a fault or forgive a slight, in the moment, when we have an opportunity to start over again, to apply the salve of love to a tough situation, the question is, can we do it? Are we even willing to do it? Should we even think that that's something that should be done? The ego teaches us about self-preservation. All the time we're looking at, what do I need to do to protect myself? but he's teaching us another way we can live in the world, a way that we can not only have outer peace and harmony, but that we can have inner peace. Have you ever been upset with someone, or you had to take an action that you didn't find to be that comfortable for you, like in your heart, but you felt that that was the only way that you could handle it, to not be taken advantage of, or to not be used, or to not be thought a fool? And so you went against your own heart, and you did that thing, you took that action, but your heart always troubled you about it. And so the opportunity comes to make peace, to forgive, to set it aside. They call it covering it over with grass in the Dhamma. How could you live more happily and more peacefully, just from the inside out, if you were able to be more loving and more forgiving? It's easy to love people that love you, but the question is, can you love those that don't love you? And so that's why he says we must train in offering that kind of love. And so I hope you use this story today, because we need it so desperately. We need skilled people who are trained, who are disciplined, who actually have vision, who have understanding, and who really believe that love is the answer to our problems. Because what love does, it frees the mind to come up with useful solutions, to ways that we can be together and more than tolerate one another, but we can take the time to really understand one another, why a person thinks that way, why they hold a certain view. Sometimes if we've heard their story and seen how much they suffered, then we say, oh, I understand. But do we always have to hear the story? Can we afford or allow or extend a certain grace without having to hear the story? If we train in this way, we will find our lives are happier, because we become more contented inside. We become more peaceful inside. Some things may be going on in our life that don't feel that good. Nevertheless, we will understand that we've just had an experience that wasn't pleasant. Some experiences will be pleasant, some will be unpleasant. We understand that this is the nature of life in samsara. And so I'd like to end with a saying and then give you an invitation to walk the love walk with me today as we go into a short singing meditation. You have embraced the life of a seeker. You must show yourselves to be forbearing and generous. So no more altercations, no more arguments, no more disunion, no more quarrels. This invitation, then, to the Dhamma, to seeing things as they actually are, requires us to lay down our sense of a personal self, our self-interest, the goals that we have for ourselves above the goals of others, equal to okay. Even less than okay, if that's truly in you, but not martyr for martyr's sake. You know what I mean? So we should always be thinking, what does love look like in this situation? We don't have to learn so many Dhamma words. Just opening our heart and treating the other person as we would want to be treated. Even sometimes that means putting their interests above one's own if you are the stronger vessel. Can you do that? It teaches us we are free to love you. We are free. That's our freedom. We're free to love. We are free to love you now. That's our freedom. We are free. To love you. We are free to love you. We are free to love you right now. And when we love, we want to serve. We are free to serve you. We are free to serve you. We are free to serve you right now. Can you sing with me? I am free to love you. I am free to love you. I am free to love you. I am free. I love you now. I am free. I am free to love you. I am free. I am free to love you right now.
Thank you so much, Venerable Dr. Panyavati Bhikkhuni. As always, an honor to have you. Thank you for those teachings. Thank you for that transmission of the Dhamma. And we are very much looking forward to see you again on Heart Sparks Radio.
Gracias, venerable doctora Panavati Vicuña. Es un honor poder recibir todas estas palabras y mensajes y sabiduría. Y bueno, esperamos poder seguir con esta amistad, con este compartir y con su presencia en HeartFire Festival.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to have another short music break with a dear brother of mine who's an MC, a lyricist, a poet, a hip-hop artist named Transfer. So I hope you really enjoy this Halloween-themed song by Transfer. Try and just appreciate the lyricism and connect with the vibe. We're switching gears now from the teachings and the workshops and practices into an evening of celebration and music dedicated to All Hallows Eve. But first, I want to ask Waida,
Yes.
what are you for Halloween?
¿Qué soy ahora?
Mm-hmm. What's your costume?
Ok. Bueno, es como un lenguaje, pienso.
Lenguaje?
Claro,
How are we speaking to each other? It's like a universal language. I don't know what's
Yeah.
happening here. It's the language.
For some people, para algunas personas puede ser animal, presente, algunos signos aquí.
An animal, okay.
Yeah.
And a human.
Yeah.
And a
es
goddess.
importante
You're-
pintar nuestro cuerpo.
You're like a goddess.
Signos.
Wow.
Gracias. De las
What-
montañas.
What should I be for Halloween? I don't know. I mean,
You?
should I dress up?
You know,
What are these people for Halloween? We can't see them yet. Where are they?
Puedo imaginar a las personas con sus vestidos.
You can imagine their
haciendo
costumes?
Yoga.
Yeah?
Interesante.
All right. Well, I've been death already, and I've been a jester. What else? If I have a walking staff, does that make me an old man? Can I be an old person? An old an elderly person for Halloween.
Una old man, un antiguo hombre viejo, very nice.
You're saying that I wouldn't wear this
A
hat?
rap old man.
Yeah, I'm a hip hop old man. Come on.
Hip-hop old man.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe because they say 4 legs as a baby, 2 legs as an adult, and 3 as an old man. Right? That's the Sphinx's riddle. I don't know. Okay. Well, I don't want to be. Maybe. If I have a sword, does that make me a warrior? No?
Yeah.
I don't know. Which one's better?
I like this one.
I have an idea. What if I could be both at the same time?
What would both?
No, like an old man with a staff like this. No, with this. And then what if, look, I could just transform
Wow.
in a moment into a warrior simultaneously.
Very mystery old
I
man.
don't know,
huh?
both at the same time, right? Who are you for Halloween?
Wow.
You?
Warrior of the peace.
Yeah, peaceful
Guerrero
warrior.
de la paz solamente.
What if I put on some glasses? Would that make me like a psychologist?
More
or
intellectual.
maybe I should read a
More
book.
City man.
Big old book. Does this make me a scholar? If I'm reading,
Little book, huh?
can I pretend to read and that make me a scholar? I don't know. What if I say negative things about other people and their opinions? Would that make me like a powerful politician or a
I think
president?
this is not working in this
Okay,
time.
maybe not.
It's
Let's
better now.
yeah, let's just
It's better keep
cancel
peace.
that mission. Okay, well,
Yeah.
let's not go that
Keep
direction.
the peace, please, guys.
Okay, all right.
You're home.
Rehearse verses, resurrect the dead, reverse hearses. I said rehearse verses, resurrect the dead, reverse hearses. Absurd wizard wordsmith, whirling up a whirlwind when working with a pen. Word words to word ends. The scheme just a means, I seen worst ends. Seen a friend as an angel in his death, seemingly concrete as if he was there in flesh. Shared presence as we peeked out from the crest. Transformed forms, but we never upped and left them. Breath to the spirits who have yet to come to rest. Reinforcement for the forces who have yet to bear the test. Drama of our forefathers gathered here to mend. Ignite a candle's wick, light a stick of incense. Listen to the ghosts as they whisper amongst themselves. Like I said, rehearse verses, resurrect the dead, reverse hearses. At the top of a medieval steeple, my dead friend appeared, seeming ethereal. He sat relaxed by my side as we peered off the cathedral. A king in life and death, he seemed even more regal. He spoke to me psychically and I know it's unbelievable. And you ain't gotta believe it, y'all, but I was right there. I swear he materialized out of thin air. Rehearse verses, resurrect the dead, reverse hearses. I said rehearse verses, resurrect the dead, reverse hearses. Give swervy scripture, scripted in cursive. Powwow with ancestors before us. Learn word of the journeys in service. Escaping murderers out to murk us. The immense love which let them endure torture. The faith which escaped horrible horrors. A long line of time-tested warriors. Possessed near the Isaac Glorious. Stories of hell sojourners. Righteous leaders in narrow corridors and corners scaring us. The rebels who rebelled and carried us. Burn sage, carry the names and pain out of the dust. A word to the wise alive, the dead have much to teach us. Like I said, rehearse verses, resurrect the dead, reverse hearses. I went to Jewish mystics' grave and prayed. They say their lips move in the tomb if you teach in their name. I didn't see it so I can't say, but I know the way I felt, as if my soul and their soul began to melt. Communing and attuning in a mutual heart realm. They gave unspoken words of wisdom, and my heart is still with them. So the lines aren't just nice to listen, it's truth as I spit them. Rehearse verses, resurrect the dead, reverse hearses. Transfer. An odd cacophony, sick cause coughs and prophecy. Chaos constantly corded karmically. Arson carved in his hard jaw and barred teeth. Overseas but drowning proverbially. Images scripted as hyperbole. Excessively listless, this kid's restless. Hidden in obscurity, don't ask me. Read a dictionary for clarity of this soliloquy. I'm just rolling by my lonesome. Find normalcy loathsome. Welcome to my world, my imaginary corner. Rolling by my lonesome. Find normalcy loathsome. Welcome to my world, my imaginary corner. My castle of clouds in the sky. Spaceships of iridescent light. Bending space, traveling on linear time. Ride with if you're ready to fly. I speak symbolically. In a coliseum with a lion and man fighting on both me. Play both sides of the chess set. end, surrendering my king. Checkmate. Kick rocks down the street while my boots in the concrete sing. Dreams full of metaphors, broken bells which still ring. Sepia tone scenes, old snapshots in a torn cardboard box. Ramble through brambles in search of a youth lost. An endless menagerie of imagery and paradox. Compositions of artistic juxtapositions. Inefficient miscreants and misrepresented epiphanies. Joan is a lowly stoner, swallowed by the beast of the sea. Pearly possibilities conceived between friction and heat. Replacement for an entity unpoetically deemed as me. I'm just rolling by my lonesome, find normalcy loathsome. Welcome to my world, my imaginary corner. Rolling by my lonesome, find normalcy loathsome. Welcome to my world, my imaginary corner. My palace of fire and heights, chariots of indivisible might. Creating space, making wormholes in time. Ride with if you're ready to shine. A deconstructed sonnet, broken locks on abandoned closets. Far off with oddballs, out on a comet. Basketball with fathers and Martians, marching through swamps and marshes. Verses in back seats, sick with it like I'm nauseous. Caught in a vacant conscience, no mind, no matter. Climb Jacob's ladder, saw Metatron's posse. Possibly a prophet, more probably a crackpot in costume. Accosting a cop at a Costco's, sipping tiger blood with waffles at Roscoe's. 20 napkins filled in with strange flows. An orange top hat to top it off with strange clothes. I'm just rolling by my lonesome, find normalcy loathsome. Welcome to my world, my imaginary corner. Rolling by my lonesome, find normalcy loathsome. Welcome to my world, my imaginary corner. My mansion of gardens and tides, bikes of divinely inspired minds. Collapse in space, unfolding rolls of time. Ride with if you're ready to find. Sometimes I just put words together cause I like the pictures, depicted by amalgamations of descriptors. The mental animation created by absurdly wordy creations. Sometimes I got things to say, sometimes I'm just playing, working out a mind that's hasting, racing, find rhyming amazing. Mazes of imagination splattered on pages. Sometimes I'm just talking to myself anyways. This is the effervescence of a causeless rebel. Escher ascending stairways, level by level, going nowhere fast. Antagonist, protagonist, both unmasked. Partition, perdition, slip out the cracks. Foreign norths on the map's compass. Rudders full of lust and lusciousness. Stardust in his blunts, puffing on Sirius. Fresh off the spaceship, feeling delirious. I'm just rolling by my lonesome, find normalcy loathsome. Welcome to my world, my imaginary corner. Rolling by my lonesome, find normalcy loathsome. Welcome to my world, my imaginary corner. My house of shadows and vines, airplanes of Kali goddess shrines. Warp in space, be workings of time. Ride with if you're ready to die.
Next up, we have Lily Fangs. Lily Fangs is an amazing artist, also a poet, and I really feel her heart in this next set. You know, not all of us are fully transitioned into doing things online, doing things virtually, and so you really feel the authenticity and the humanity in Lily Fangs' voice. So thank you for being a sister, Lily Fangs. Thank you for being a homie and a friend.
Yes.
Thank you for your collaborations, for standing by us, for being a friend to me, and trusting and appreciating what we do. So it's an honor to work with you again, and it's always an exciting honor to keep working with you. So thank you for being here, and can't wait for your music tonight. Thank you.
Yeah. Bueno, tenemos a una increíble artista. Bueno, en Latinoamérica decimos como rapera, ¿no? Que es conectado con hip hop, ¿no? Rapera es la persona que hace esto. Entonces, esta es una increíble mujer con un corazón muy especial y también con una fuerza muy fuerte en su corazón, en su cuerpo. Es una guerrera realmente, una guerrera de la paz y una gran amiga de HeartFire Festival. Así que gracias, Lily Fangs, por continuar con nosotros, compartiendo tu música, compartiendo tu creación, compartiendo tu espíritu consciente y bueno, esperamos que ustedes también disfruten en casa de esta música y de este espíritu.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and Waida's just mentioning that she can really feel Lily Fangs, who's a friend of our community, her power, her force, her humanity, but also her warriorship. So enjoy, and we'll see you on the other side. Peace.
Greetings. Greetings. It's a gift to be in your moment. Thank you. It's weird too, huh? For me, this is, as weird as I am, this is weird. I want to take this moment to acknowledge the uniqueness of humans together in a space, right? We are together in our spaces, and we're going to create a space, and we have been. All the magical, incredible beings contributing to this streaming. We're going to make space with it. Hopefully space in your body, heart, mind, and activate some fire. But I do feel it is a testament to how special it is when we can be together. And I certainly won't take that for granted ever again. I haven't been doing many virtual things, so my intention is to tell you that and to be radically honest that this is a unique moment and opportunity that I'm grateful to have. So thank you to everyone tuning in, whatever moment in time and space you are. Thank you to everyone working hard for this to be possible. HeartFire is an initiative I have observed and weaved with now for 2 years, and I see the intention as strong and gentle, right? Holding all of the polarities. We're quick to say strong as good, but intentional. And many things are bubbling all around purification of the heart, as is natural. And it's my intention to speak to all these things, or pray for courage, at least for us all to speak about these things, sing about these things, learn, dance, transmute, shift, ache, heal, pray, live about these things. I wear many different hats, and they'll be changing throughout this night. I call in this night or day, morning, whatever it is for your moment. I call in flow state. I call in and pray to the waters. Yeah, let me speak for a second directly to the water that you are. There's so much wisdom in the water that you are. I wish I had a rack of bottles and just started making a symphony of water bottle harmonics, flutes. Tune in next time for that. For now, I will be getting into the freestyle music tracks and prayers shortly, but just really calling all the elements. We have water, our keeper, our teacher, our everything, our record keeper. Why I say the wisdom within you dances clearly and moves and wants to move is because the molecules of water that exist here, the geniuses of hydrogen and oxygen compounds, they wrote the whole story and they all wash it away and they are the same ones that have walked under and inside our ancestors' feet and are now making it possible for our feet to walk, hopefully in a good way. So thank you, water. Bye, bye, bye. Thank you, fire. We have some more spirits with us at this time and always, but particularly honoring a thin veil moment, an autumnal shift, a Dia de los Muertos, again, deep honoring of the ancestors, the water that moved them, moves us, the fire that they gathered around, spoke to, learned from, activated by, warmed and story told around is the same exact fire that we call on. I'll call on it even louder. Again, Creator, grant me strength to call as loud as I can. And I'll call it very closely to our hearts, to purify them, get that heart fire popping, and to our speaking center, Vishuddha chakra, to the throat and our words. May we purify the intention. Speak kindness. Speak dope rhymes if that's what's real for you. I mean, in my path in hip hop, you say, "Ooh, that's fire," when bars activate you. When whatever that poet was saying or speaking or channeling or feeling was in a resonance that makes your cells rub in a way that, that's fire, friction that's activated so much it's vibrating at a frequency of combustion and light. So I know we're not together and I might have burnt my hair, but let it burn, let it burn, and let yourself evoke whatever gets fired up, right? So we're not together, I can't hear us say, "Ooh, that's fire." But we know it when we feel it. And to move all of that, what is the capacity to even move these compounds through air, voice, wind? So thank you to the wind calling in all these directions, all these elements, all these ancestors, all these and those more familiar with working with that compass, whether they're from here or otherwise. And of course, Great Mama holding us. Wherever your feet are at, maybe you're dancing, standing, if you're sitting, place both feet down with me. For this entire vessel, the feet that are carrying us to collect so many stories and learn how to walk in a good way or remember how, they're temporary. And it's times like this, thin veil and deep learnings of the 5 years that have been crammed in this 1 year of 2020. It's these times of deep learning we can feel the temporality, the fragility. I want to take one more moment to speak and thank you all for letting this part of me blossom and show and share while we're on the element of earth. I, this year, have gotten to experience very closely the death cycle that's been throughout my life, very close to death and other side communications without much cultural context, being that of raised in Western community and now serving myself to my lineage, understanding that of the Cossack warrior and Druid bloodlines, and us all returning to a remembrance. But anyway, I have been able to work with beings on their way out, and death doula training and hospice death doula courses and hospice training, palliative care, respite care, in-home, with beings who are ready to dip. And this work has been not work, just initiation. Straight up a fascinating dance to see the fragility of the body and the resiliency of the spirit. So I share that for a little more context on where my heart, prayers, and soul are coming from at this time, and a wisdom I'd like to grow into and share further, because the biggest download is around how much possibility lies in Western culture shifting its relationship with death, shifting the conversation, shifting the celebration, shifting the communion and community, shifting the resources, and empowering ourselves, empowering that curiosity instead of shoving it into a morbid closet where we're frightened to look. Because our relationship with death changes our relationship with life. Period, the end. Not period, the end. It's a run-on sentence. It's a forever sentence. And may we maintain our curiosity in this run-on sentence. Anyways, if those feet are on the ground, let's breathe about it. Take one breath in and let it out. Take one more breath in and let it out. That feels good. Let's keep doing that while we have human form. Are you breathing? Or are you being breathed? Are you breathing? Or are you being breathed? Are you dreaming? Or are you being dreamed? Are you dreaming? Or are you being dreamed? Are you dancing? Or are you being danced? Are you dancing? Ask the age-old question, a riddle in time. Oh, it's a riddle in spine. Stacked up, we are so aligned. Stacked up, we are so divine. It's an age-old question, a riddle in time. Stacked up, you are so divine. Stacked up, let realign. Stacked up, you are so on time. Oh, these days we've been playing with time in some funny ways. She said, these days, oh, these days we've been playing with time in some funny ways. These days, oh, these days we've been playing with time in some funny ways. These days, she said, oh, these days we've been playing with time in some funny ways. We've been stuck up in a funny haze, counting down the days, remembering old ways, or just saying it's a phase. Yeah, these days my mind been pretty funny. Heads and eggshells, skull crack, yoke runny. Focused on the wrong stuff, like popularity and money. We've been brewing up some cloudy thoughts, but outside the sky is sunny, sunny. That was pretty cool. The camera died as part of, I'm not gonna pretend there's not some technological components of what's going on. What's going on? What's going on is we are doing our most beautifulest effort to connect right here, right here, right here, right here, right here. Feel me? Can you feel me? That's probably a good cue or moment to get down, diggy down into some other components, being that I don't think you can hear the guitar as well as I'd like. Okay, let's get into it, shall we? This first track is called Saw a Ghost, and I'll be freestyling on it for the first time. I'm gonna switch out devices, and gee, I really miss you. I miss you. Because if you've ever been in a space with me before, ever been at a show, thank you. But you know I like receiving words with which to freestyle about spontaneous things, or perhaps I like just pointing to different clothing items and including them. And that way you know we're in a synchronous moment together. That's the purpose of that. But my eye contact here and feeling will serve that purpose this time. Before this beat comes through and before these robots keep dying, I want to share a piece of a verse with a song with Amber Lily, who is so with us in spirit and usually with me in person, that we've received a lot of love and appreciation, and it seemed to activate some heart fire. I also want to bookmark the topic as something to speak to, but from the ancient bones of creation, when she sings to the mountains, our world becomes one nation. We can balance the equation. We got this proclamation so you don't get her mistaken. She is bringer of the fire, here to torch on down the kingdom. Dismantle Babylon, compassion pointed at the kingdom. Here to speak up for the ones who have not found their voice. Violated people who've been frozen up inside their choice to rise within a system that has no intent to listen unless you're part of the machine. With your mouth wrapped around the piston, I've been told to release my anger. Told to diffuse the spark, to act more like a lady, to never bite and never bark. Well, the time is steady ticking, and the sky, it's been getting dark. So rally up, my soldiers. It's a battle of the heart.
I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost. I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost.
What it really takes to grow. Flower in the pot and the water in the soil. Soil, will it boil? Up with the heat, down with the rhythm, down with the beat. All underneath we see our seed. Center, now enter. One rhythm, block, placenta. Keep connected, earth, center, root, soil. If you really know, then never do we do toil. It's not waste, no. It's all worth it. It's all workshop. It's all purpose. It's all purpose. It's all purpose. This next song is called Breathe. Breaths with me. Rainbow waters melt into my mind, the center of my being, swirling so divine. I'll take a moment. We take a moment to breathe in. Right now, so roll down that window slow. Listen to the leaves all blow. You know what you know, and you know what you came for. Sometimes I people watch inside my own mind. Sometimes my mind starts to run and it leaves me behind. I'm just trying to catch up. I'm just trying to catch up. Yeah, I'm just trying to catch up. I just been trying to catch up. So come run with me, come run with me, yeah, yeah. So come run with me. Your soul shoes and just keep on moving, moving, climbing that heartbeat that your heart keeps defeating. demand here, the only demand is just keep on breathing.
Breathe in, breathe out, be here right now. Breathe in, breathe out, be here right now. Breathe in, breathe out, be here right now. Breathe in, breathe out, be here
Right now, I'm saying unblock your chakras, lock and don't pop it, drop your brain waves, ooh, they gon' rock your galactic rhythms while we spittin' lactating prisms, comments on the silent mental bidding of the auction. Back to the vortex, Gore-Tex, boots stomping on the beat, y'all already feel this heat. We can feel this heat. We can feel this heat. And I know we don't expect it, the way she spit sharper, brighter than a diamond necklace. But breathe in, breathe in, breathe in, breathe out. Be here right now. Breathe in, breathe in, breathe in, breathe out. Be here right now. Breathe in, breathe in, breathe in, breathe out. Be here right now. Breathe in, breathe in, breathe in, breathe out. Be here right now. Right now. Right now. For that may be all we've really got. The here and the now. The question.
There is nothing you can do to be liberated. Because all your efforts in the direction of liberation are phony. They are based on your desire to boost and continue your ego. And that will never lead to liberation. All you can do is to be aware of yourself as you are.
Keep asking
without
questions.
judgment.
These days, yeah, I can't be anybody but me, just me, trust me, myself and my brain round here. We both walking around on the same 2 feet, digging on the same beats. Yes, I hear the pound, feel the sound, I'm all about the rhythm. Got 2 lungs with some fresh breath in them. Dreams, I pin them up on my ceiling with my mind just reeling. I slowly go peeling, feeling back all the layers of my ego. Then it's just my in and my out breath, and you know that we go back into creation of reality, back to a time when my soul wasn't really me. Cause who the fuck is me anyways? Many days I find in some ways this is just one phase of this particular dimension. This pretty cool game is just a cycle of ascension.
All you can do is to be aware of yourself as you are, without judgment.
Yeah. They say this game is just a cycle of ascension. At least the ones who recognize that it's pretending. If you take yourself just too serious, stuck in the rut with the thoughts all delirious, go on, take a breather, let it in and let it out. I'm starting quick to learn it's about the journey of the route and not about the end, cause that might not exist. It's about one round of life and then another, so that we can check some shit up off our list. Raise up a fist, learn how to cope with this. So ask questions until your tongue is raw. Until your tongue is raw, but don't be too attached to receiving the answer, because, well, curiosity didn't exactly kill the cat. Yo, it turned into a panther. It just turned into a panther. So may we keep in the inquiry, in the mystery, in the ferocity, in the fire, in the fog, in the shadow, in the dark. May we have the resiliency to stay, knowing all it can possibly do is transmute us into a mo better version, perhaps. How are diamonds made, bruh? How are diamonds made? Pressure. Under pressure. Under pressure. This next track has a few titles. loving. Yeah, yo, raised in a culture full of caricatures, just repeating what they heard like some merited birds, parroted words. All we ever heard. That's right. Yo, feather to the heart, that's a dart in the cage. Greed runs the world, regardless of rage. Penny for profit, nothing for sage. Violence in the street, watch the kids get tased. It's been bling blang blah, we've been so unfazed. So unfazed. I wanna know how the bar gets raised when we all stood around doing nothing. I wanna know how the card gets played, no matter what time that you jump in. Turn a spark to a blaze, remember this name, you can bet that I'm here to change something. Ambitions of a rider, chomp till I die, yeah, here to spread some real good loving. We need some real good loving, it's true. I'm so tired of the things that I've seen. We need some real good loving. I pray everybody gets just what they need, but politics seem inherently divisive and dividing. Hatred is the cake and blame is the icing. Might bring a little bit of my thing. Sky's so dark right now. Yeah, I think we need some lightning. Lightning, you are made of light. Go and do that light thing. Do that light thing. Do that light thing. Do that light thing. You are made of light. Do that light thing. Do that light thing. I got a lot to say about a lot of things. I am not impressed with what the dollar brings. Stepping up in Middle Earth and go throw your brains into the fire of Mordor. You want more truth? Okay, bring it straight to your front door. Truth is there is fear at the whole core of this old system. Yeah, we better listen. If you got a heartbeat, let it ring, man. Listen, gotta do it for the children. Whoa, we need some real good loving. I'm so tired of the things that I've seen. Yeah, we need some real good loving. I pray everybody's getting just what they need. Pray everybody's getting just what they need. Pray everybody's getting just what they need. Everybody needs to get what they need to keep on breathing and keep believing. Oh my gosh, more robot deaths, but that's what we need. We need the infinite toroidal field of sourced energy and Tesla-powered cell phones that never die. In this opening of Pandora's box and having the moment to share with you, which again I'm so grateful for all the pieces making this piece of peace possible, I realize there is so many stories aching to be shared, whether through me or through you, or through the wind, or through the fire, air, or earth. The water, as we know, keeps it. And I implore you, I encourage you, I ask of you, I beg you to seek and share. I'm trying to be choiceful in these last moments. I share. A lot of me wants to get very prayerful, and truth is it's all a prayer in my perspective. And so therefore I want to get playful. And it's always that fine dance. And because life is so short, and many beautiful beings have taught me that, coming up on the 1-year anniversary of Andrew Martinez, Wake Self, an artist who hop on there. I know you're on a robot, so Google Wake Self. An incredible being who left around this time last year. We were headed on tour for his album release. The album was called Ready to Live. So I just wanted to take that moment to big up. And this is about honoring our ones passed on. And I do giggle thinking he dipped before the year we just had. Anyways, him and I used to like to freestyle to this beat, the beat that I'm about to outro with. And I'll probably outro and end. And so now is when I'll say my goodbyes. Thank you for being with me for this little moment in time. Thank you to all making this possible. My name is Lily Fangs. I have lots of music available on the ether webs. and I imagine there will be links somewhere. I also have this book coming out that I was going to read a moment from, but that is not the time for that. Stay tuned and let me know if you want one. All support is deeply, deeply appreciated at these times. We find that art is what always brings us through a cultural metabolism of truth, a movement, a place, and we seek refuge in our community and our artists, and that's been proven true in these times more than ever. So to honor and support each other and support our artists is that's a special thing that we're able to do, and I hope if you're able that you do. Anyways, this one's for Andy and for y'all. Let's have some fun. It's pretty intense, but so is life sometimes. Set it up, 4 corners of my stance wide. Recognize every grain of sand moving with the waves like a hand pulling cords on the whole tide. I'm a student of the moon, zodiac, get in tune, learn the patterns till I'm fluent. Yeah, I practice what I'm spewing. Yeah, I practice what I'm spewing. Yeah, I practice what I'm spewing. Gotta walk the talk, then shut the fuck up. When I think that I know, that's when I get stuck. Get buck, spit, numb, chuck, move smart, dumb luck, close mouth, gum tuck. So what? So what? So what? It's an endless question, endless answer. Who are you? Just an endless dancer. You can play with the sun, romancer. Moonlight, know that answer. Endless question, endless answer. Who are you? Just an endless dancer. Endless dancer, be that endless dancer. Yeah, so I shake a body, seek a shadow in the dojo. Sensei, show me how to let the flow grow. Presence comes with the breath, as I know so. Every moment is a test, take it slow. Oh, you could watch us growing, the seeds we forever sowing. I walking like I was knowing the path before me is showing a discipline to keep growing despite the tension that's growing. I listen to all the wisdom and win when it gets to blowing up. I'ma listen to the wind, yeah, wind, yeah. I'ma listen to the wind, yeah, wind, yeah. I'ma listen to the wind, yeah, wind, yeah. Oh, so teach me how to listen, teach me how to pray,
The HeartFire, the world changers, inner world peace, global work for inner peace, inner work for global transformation, inner transformation, the 2 pillars, the 8 limbs, Wow, give it up for Lily Fangs. Thank you for sharing your heart with us tonight, sister.
Thank you, sister. It's amazing, your music.
We really appreciate your message and your perspective. So again, thank you for your solidarity and your connection to HeartFire and our mission, our work, our vision, for understanding, respecting, and trusting us as we feel towards you. Much respect, much respect. So next up, Waida and I are going to share a music project we've been working on.
Yeah.
I've kind of been on this journey of, sharing my rhymes with the Rapture album, with some music videos, with the Renaissance album, with Trifort and Rete, Amor y Opis, and we've gone on quite a journey, and now it's going to a new phase. Original currency is entering a new evolution that we call Mapacho, because sometimes Waida calls me Papacho, sometimes I call Waida Mamacha. It's kind of an Andean tradition that, Quechua people like to call each other that in the mountains.
Yeah.
So put the two words together, Mamacha and Papacho, you get Mapacho. So that's our co-creation, our domestic collaboration.
Yeah.
And it's very much a work in progress. All of these songs are original. It's new for me to be rhyming in so many languages, just learning Spanish and starting to compose some lyrics in Spanish as I'm learning it. So I hope you enjoy the multilingual aspect. There's lots of Sanskrit, Hebrew, Latin, Russian, definitely lots of Russian, blessed with that language, and then some English and some Spanish. And so Mapacho.
And a little bit Quechua.
Quechua for sure, yes. We're probably only naming a few. But again, all of these are just kind of a work in progress. It's a workshop, so you're witnessing completely unreleased music. You can't find it anywhere else on the internet, at least yet. If you think we should share it and we should put it out there, let us know so we stay motivated to produce it. But this is kind of a special window into our creative process that we haven't really shared with anyone on the internet, and it's kind of the only place to listen to these songs that we're just drafting right now. So we hope you enjoy them, and we hope that you stay tuned, because right after that we've got our headliner, Trevor Hall himself.
Bueno, entonces, en resumidas palabras, tenemos en el siguiente capítulo un poco de nuestra música, de nuestra co-creación juntos. Realmente es un honor para mí en este momento ser parte también de esta nueva versión de Original Currency, que antiguamente pues empezó con Trifort en Amor, que es una hermana del camino del corazón también muy especial, que también va a estar aquí compartiendo en HeartFire Festival un increíble workshop más adelante. Entonces, bueno, este tiempo de Original Currency es un poquito más como multilingüe y con un poquito de rush, de ruso, de inglés, de español, un poquito también del runasimi, ¿no? De lengua quechua, y también, bueno, con el espíritu y también la creación de todos estos vientos, de todos estos lugares de la tierra, o que llamaríamos nosotros todos estos suyos del Tahuantinsuyo. Entonces esperamos que disfruten de esta música que ha sido creada aquí en casa en estos tiempos, con mucho amor para el mundo, para también las tradiciones, y realmente en este servicio juntos de paz y amor.
And there's some Aymara too? Or
yeah, sí,
yeah.
Aymara.
There's another language called Aymara from the Andes in one of the songs. So, we hope that even, however you perceive this little creation, we hope that it at least loosens people up and inspires them to also express themselves creatively and share their own art and music with the world at whatever stage it is. We're just beginning to write these songs, but we already want some people to hear them, let us know how it is. So we hope you enjoy.
Yeah.
Peace.
Peace.
like a samurai that remembers why they will never die, stays forever. Fly, it's a non-stop flow that grows how trees grow, that glows like stars glow, that knows like scars know. Cause you only live once. If you live once forever, but you live many times. If your lifetimes is severed, said you live many times. If your lifetimes is severed, but you only live once. If you live once forever, yeah, you only live once. If you live once forever. The great day, the new day has arrived.
El nuevo tiempo está llegando, ya llegó. Uka Hachauro. Vamos, buscamos verdad, libertad, división por la paz en la humanidad. Hay unidad en diversidad y pluribus unum Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Hoy mi causa, ¿qué tal? Todo bien, todo viento. Hay 400 y en el centro está mi asiento para meditar, respirar, observar mi aliento. Aquí estoy contento en este momento. Actualmente con rima caliente, ardiente, asciende para purificar mi mente, expandir mi consciente. Para estar paciente con toda mente. Mi vida recolecto, los puntos conecto. Hoy día puedo ver que ayer fue perfecto. Si todo perfecto, ya pues es perfecto. Vamos, buscamos verdad, libertad, visión por la paz en la humanidad. Hay unidad en diversidad y pluribus unum Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Munay, 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 manang tugu. Munay, 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 manang tugu. Already know that humanity can arrive on this red silk road to the caravans arrive. Turning lead into gold is a goal to bear in mind. We're being led from the old to the golden paradigm. Your whole holy soul is inherently designed and beholden to those homes where it is assigned. Beholden to those homes where it is assigned. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Om Namo Narayanaya. Munay, 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 manang tugu. Munay, 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 manang tugu. Vamos, buscamos verdad, libertad, división por la paz en la humanidad. Hay unidad en diversidad y pluribus unum Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad. Pachamama. Richari Munay, Richari Munay, Richari Munay Pachamama. Que despierte el amor, que despierte el amor, que despierte el amor. Que despierte el amor, que despierte el amor, que despierte el amor en la tierra.
En este 9 día despertamos alegría con más energía de semillas de chía en sincronía con Sofía y su sabiduría. Enviamos mensajes a Pachamama, mamma mía, ia, 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 ia.
Richari Munay, Richari Munay, Richari Munay Pachamama. Richari Munay, Richari Munay, Richari Munay Pachamama. Que despierte el amor, que despierte el amor, que despierte el amor. Y que despierte el amor, que despierte el amor, que despierte el amor en la tierra.
Nueva era en la tierra donde la nueva frontera es la interna, eterna, entera. Que transformamos, exploramos en manera de la real curandera. Que es la reina materna de esta era moderna. Que es la reina materna de esta era moderna.
Richari Munay, Richari Munay, Richari Munay Pachamama. Richari Munay, Richari Munay, Richari Munay Pachamama. Que despierte el amor, que despierte el amor, que despierte el amor. Que despierte el amor, que despierte el amor, que despierte el amor en la tierra. Y que brille el sol, y que brille el sol, y que brille el sol en mi corazón. Que brille el sol, y que brille el sol, y que brille el sol en tu corazón.
Lleva, 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 lleva. Я сижу возле окошка и веду себя как кошка. Я такой, как все, страдаю, ничего не понимаю. Но я знаю все равно, что есть в мире лишь одно. В будней жизни и во снах, и в лесу, и в городах, и в пустыне, и в горах. Будто связано вязанием, все имеет глубину. Все построено сознанием. У окошка я сижу и смотрю я в облака. И в реке течет вода. Та же самая природа, что живет внутри меня. Та же самая природа, что живет внутри меня. И солнце блестит, и солнце блестит, и солнце блестит в моем сердце. И солнце блестит, и солнце блестит, и солнце блестит в моем сердце. И que brilla el sol,
Y que brille el sol, que brille el sol en tu corazón. Que brille el sol, y que brille el sol, y que brille el sol en mi corazón.
illuminate the spark. So this next song is very new. Wrote it the other day. It's a work in progress. And we're going to go ahead and share it with you and see how it goes. It's a favorite, even though it's just a snippet of what it is to become. So we hope you enjoy. Feedback is welcome. See if we can remember the words. Anaconda en la selva, jaguar, león y puma, aves en el aire, en el cielo, viento puro, doctorcito cura, aire donde baile, baile, taita guaira, pájaro que danza con mucha confianza, al Inti Padre Sol, ilumina todo mundo, águila y cóndor, vuela muy profundo dentro de tu alma y tu corazón, espíritu divino, conciencia y amor, espíritu divino, conciencia y amor. Anaconda en la selva, jaguar, león y puma, montañas en el aire, en el cielo, viento puro, doctorcito cura, aire donde bailen, baile, taita guaire, pájaro que danza con mucha confianza, al Inti Padre Sol que ilumina todo mundo, águila y cóndor, vuela muy profundo dentro de tu alma y tu corazón, espíritu divino, conciencia y amor, espíritu divino, conciencia y amor. One last time. Anaconda en la selva, jaguar, león y puma, montañas en el aire, en el cielo, viento puro, doctorcito cura, aire donde baile, baile, taita guaire, pájaro que danza con mucha confianza, al Inti Padre Sol que ilumina todo mundo, águila y cóndor, vuela muy profundo dentro de tu alma y tu corazón, espíritu divino, conciencia y amor, espíritu divino, conciencia y amor. Thank you. Thank you for being here, and we are going to continue from Original Currency Mapacho Volume 1 onto a brand new album called In and Through the Body by Trevor Hall, with at least one or two older songs sprinkled in between. So settle in and enjoy this heartfelt acoustic set from our friend Trevor, new friend Trevor, that Nathaniel Miles Yepes, Pure Nathaniel from day one and tomorrow, co-founder of HeartFire, engages in spiritual dialogue with after the set. So we'll just go straight from the music into the interview. I will be interviewing both of them, and that'll be our last offering of the evening. So we're done with all the extra movement exercises. We've had an amazing day. We hope you've enjoyed, and we hope that you stick around for these last couple hours with Trevor Hall, and we will also see you in the morning as well for another, not the morning, tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. So we will mountain time. So the offerings will continue then, and we hope you enjoy the evening with Trevor Hall.
Yeah, tenemos un grandioso artista y nuevo amigo de HeartFire Festival que es Trevor Hall. En esta ocasión nos va a compartir dos de sus antiguas y conocidas canciones y también una sesión acústica muy especial dedicada para HeartFire Festival, y también nos va a compartir una entrevista hablando un poco de su conexión con su camino con la música, la espiritualidad, ¿no? Y bueno, no voy a decir más para que realmente ustedes escuchen esta increíble entrevista en estas últimas horas que quedan del día de hoy de HeartFire Festival. Así que no se muevan, disfruten, y antes de seguir con este grandioso artista, quiero recordar que mañana continuamos con HeartFire Festival. Mañana es el último día y mañana vamos a tener a otros grandiosos artistas y amigos y maestros como Netano, que es también un cofundador de HeartFire Festival, va a compartir mañana un poquito de meditación sufi, Sekar, y bueno, otros artistas más. Así que esperamos verlos mañana también a las 2 de la tarde, hora de las montañas, a 3 de la tarde, hora Perú, Colombia, y
4 en Nueva York.
4 en Nueva York.
1 en California y completamente diferente tiempo en Hawaii.
Bueno, ustedes pueden buscar en internet para poder sincronizar, pero todos estamos realmente conectados. Así que feliz Día de los Muertos también para la cultura de allá de México y feliz Día de los Ancestros realmente para todos.
Trevor Hall is our headliner. In New York over a year ago, Nathaniel also interviewed Matis Yahu for Spiritual Dialogue, because it's actually part of our mission as a festival, as you know, is to deliver something completely different, completely new, where it's not just a conference or a retreat, it's not just a school, it's not just a celebration or a party, it's all of these things combined and more. So there's something unique about that, and one aspect that makes it unique is that we really seek out these well-known artists, not just as, the fun time after the class, but also with their own dialogue, their own class, their own chance to share about their spiritual path, which clearly informs their music deeply, and that's very true in the case of Trevor Hall, as we're all about to see. So enjoy the music, and we'll see you on the other side.
Jai Ma, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. This is Trevor Hall, and very honored to share some songs with you from here in my home studio. Hope you enjoy.
That was a fact. Back when I never ever counted those leaves in the trees. We jumped those seas. Back when the fable was strong all night long. Back when love was the key, you see, where the boatman gave me a name. now I repeat it, constantly feed it. I need it, all wise men seek it. In my heart I keep it. Now that the earth is turning real fast, I hold on strong just to make it all last. This storm it soon shall pass. Give thanks and praise at last. The house of song is ash. Beer bloom whispers from my past. Tell 'em all the bird is leaving its cage. Heard that word from a great, great sage on a different page. I don't speak hollow. These words are full, come follow. And if you see tomorrow, the rains will wash your sorrow. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, Thanks. Good thanks. Alright, let's see here. Don't have anything kind of planned out. I'm just kind of flowing with it for y'all. We just had a new record come out called In and Through the Body. So I've been enjoying playing a lot of those tunes, obviously. Let's see if I'll find one here that works for y'all. Let's do this one here. This is a tune called We in a Different Room. One of my favorites off the record. Bouncing around, I put it down on the floor, I put it down on the ground. You were singing softly, it was a different tone. The 10,000 wheels, the 2 in 1. How many moons I'm seeing? They tell me where's the town, but it's a backwards river, all found in a blue sky mine. Now I go crazy, now you go too. It's a different culture, we in a different room. We in a different room. Lightning flashing when it was in your mouth, but I dreamt the water and you pulled me out. You see, we built that village where it was made of song, and there was no direction, no right, no wrong. And now all that circle are coming back around. My house is burning, our body's made of sound, and now I go crazy, and now you go too. When it's a different culture, we're in a different room. We're in a different room. We're in a different room.
Thanks. Jai Guru. All right, let's see here. All right, gonna play another new song for you here. It's another new one off the record, and this one was real special to record because my mom, my sister, my wife all sang backup vocals on this. Just a real special moment for me, I guess, in the studio. It was unexpected, but I think the best things are unexpected, right? So, yeah, this is a sweet one to do. Sweet one to do.
I ain't afraid of shining hard. I ain't afraid of love. I'm gonna stop denying. This time I won't run. I ain't afraid of shining. I ain't afraid of love. I'm gonna stop denying. This time I won't run. Right. I think I messed up a few times there, but all these new songs, I'm still getting used to playing them. Yeah. Hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. Alright. Another new tune here. Song called I Remember You, you know. And it's a tune kind of about remembering our deepest nature, you know, our essential self, and calling that in, and you know, asking the question, you know, are you remembering, you know, or are you forgetting who you really are in a way? So I'm calling out to that. Can you step inside this doorway and tell me, love, how does the dreamer inside you show her face? They say my words are empty and out of touch, but I know you know the language of this place. I know that you know the language, yeah, 'cause I remember you. Do you remember too? Ooh, I remember you. Do you remember too? Oh no. Calling out to the way you were, the way you are. Calling out to the way you'll always be. There's no stopping the rising sun. What's done is done. Can you set your own self free? 'Cause I remember you. Do you remember too? Ooh, 'cause I remember you. Oh, no. Do you remember too? Ooh, I remember you. Do you remember too? Oh, no. Do you remember too? Bum, hum, hum. Bum, hum, hum. Bum, hum, 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 hum. Ba-da-dum, bum, hum, hum. Bum, hum, hum. Bum, hum, 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 hum. Ba-da-dum, bum, hum. Do you remember too? All right. Trying to play all these new tunes for y'all. They're new for me too. All right. Let's do this here. Hey, Carlo. Sorry, that's my dog at the door. Trying to get in on the party. Called Never Gonna Break Your Heart. Over and over again, I'm being caught in your love. I'm being caught in your love. Oh. Where does it stop and begin? How does it make us become one? I'm being caught in your love. I'm never gonna break your heart. I'm never gonna break your heart. Oh, I'm never gonna break your heart. I'm never gonna break your heart. Oh, deeper, deeper I fall. I'm being caught into your love. I'm being caught into your love. Oh, into the light of the sun. How does it make us become one? I'm being caught into your love. I'm never gonna break your heart. Never gonna break your heart. Oh, never gonna break your heart. Never gonna break your heart. Oh. Never gonna break your heart. Over and
never gonna break your heart. Hopefully y'all enjoying so far. Had a few more songs for y'all here. Let's see, gotta tune this guy back up. Hey, Carlo. Sorry, y'all. He knows how much fun we're having in here. He just wants to get in. So this next tune is one that let's see, what am I gonna play here? This next tune is one that I love. Let's play this one. Yeah, this is a tune called My Own, and it was inspired by a great saint named Sharda Devi. I don't know if you can see, but her portrait is here on the wall here, and she used to often say, she used to use the words, to be one's very own, to treat one as one's very, very own, make the beloved closer than close, closer than your own breath, the breath within the breath. And that intimacy, she spoke of that intimacy often. And this is a song that kind of cries out for that intimacy, kind of longs for that space of union, of togetherness, whether it be a person or a spirit or an idea or a loved one, partner, whatever it may be. To be that intimate, to be that close, to be one's very own is a great blessing. So this is kind of a song that cries out to that space. Yeah, it's one of our first singles off the new record, so very happy with that.
I don't want you to be a stranger. I just want to call you my own, my own. I don't want you to be a stranger. Want to be tied to your soul, your soul. When you call, I I tell you I waste no time. I will meet you in the sacred, beyond the borders of the mind. No more building up these walls now. I will break them down with sound. Oh, I am open, let it be spoken, big as the ocean. Oh, my love, it knows no bounds. I don't want you to be a stranger. I just want to call you my own, my own. I don't want you to be a stranger. Wanna be tied to your soul, your soul. Yeah, I confide, I wanna be tied to the chords of your love that are so sublime. Got a home in the original, I tell no lie. Give it all to the subliminal, oh my, you soon become two, the two become one. I am not afraid, yes, I will not run. I put forth my words with the light of the sun. This is my invitation to my heart station. I don't want you to be a stranger. I just want to call you my own, yeah, my own. I don't want you to be a stranger. Wanna be tied to your soul, yeah, your soul. No, no, no. I don't want you to be a stranger. I just want to call you my own, yeah, my own. I don't want you to be a stranger. Wanna be tied to your soul, yeah, your soul. Oh no, yeah. Up and down it goes like a great wave across my own home. All the questions of the mind, trying to find a way to show that I got darkness, I got light, I got everything in between. I don't deny any side, I don't cut branches off my tree. The great storm clouds holding rain, it's part of nature to hold a bit of pain. All in all, when that rain falls, and then we watch a new thing grow. Watch a new thing grow. Feelings coming, feelings leaving, that is just the way it goes. How to surrender to the mystery I often never know. Oh, treat it like a way to treat it like a never-ending dance. All the laughter, are just a part of the romance. Oh no, great storm clouds, holding rain. It's part of nature to hold a bit of pain. All year long, that rain falls, so now we watch our new thing grow. Oh no, great storm cloud, holding rain. It's part of nature, hold a bit of pain. All year long, that rain falls, and then we watch our new thing grow. Watch our new thing grow. Watch your new thing grow. Watch your new thing grow. Hey, hey, ah, hey, hey, ah, hey, hey, ah, hey, hey, Alright, that was a song called Great Storm Clouds. And yeah, one of the first tunes I recorded with our producer, Mr. Brad Cook, for the new album. So a little sentimental in that regard. I think I got time for one more tune. Just wanted to thank you all so much from the bottom of my heart for allowing me to share some songs and stories with y'all. During this time, it's good medicine for myself to connect in any way possible. So thank you so much for providing the platform and yeah, for having me at this special event here. Very grateful. I'm going to end with a song here. One of my favorites, if not my favorite song off the new record, a song called Khan. Thanks again. Hope you enjoy. Oh, that was wrong. 1 second here. Let's see here. watch it come now and watch it go. Don't you hold on to the high and low, the spirit dancing on the unknown. Let it move your soul. What lies ahead now? What lies behind? Put all that worry out of your mind. Look in your own home. What will you find? Let it move your soul.
Welcome to HeartFire Festival Heart Sparks interview with Trevor Hall and Nathaniel Miles Yepes. It's an honor to be here with both of you. Really happy to see us all on screen. So welcome, Trevor. Welcome, Nathaniel. How are you both doing today?
Doing good. Thank you so much for having me. I'm honored. Honored to be here.
Awesome, thank you.
So we've been listening to the new album, and we're loving it, and we love all your work in general. Nathaniel and I have actually attended at least one of your shows together, so it's definitely great to host this. And as you know, as people know, HeartFire Festival is really dedicated to deeply exploring the intersection between spirituality and the artistic process, and not just spirituality as a fashion, but the deep personal journey of spiritual growth and inner work and the challenges that life brings, which I feel is definitely a core theme in Nathaniel's approach to teaching Sufism, and also a core theme in Trevor, not just your music in general, but the recent kind of trend in this new album and in your recent process really seems to be about grounding the spiritual journey in humanness, in the body, in the challenges and the wholeness of our emotions and our whole process. So I want to maybe just start in an open-ended way, and maybe we can start with you, Trevor, just if you want to share kind of what's brought you to this point, how you feel the music reflects your own transformation and maturation over time.
Yeah, of course. It's a ever ever growing process, ever going process. Even though the album has come out and the majority of the songs were written, a while ago, I'm still learning so much. It's still so fresh. That's the beauty of music for me, is that when it comes through, I may not even know what it's for, what it's about, or anything like that. I don't try to reason about anything. And it's not until much, much later that the lessons are unpacked and meditated upon. So it's like I said, yeah, it's still a journey. But in respect to what you said about grounding and the body and this, that has been an important theme the last year or so, last couple years. I've always been an artist that liked to use music to explore my consciousness to really stretch out. And in some ways, I would ignore any like human qualities in myself, right? Because I think that there's a little bit of thinking that those qualities were not as righteous or not as high as like these ideas I was trying to explore. Like the divine and we draw all these lines, we draw all these borders around everything. So I tended to push a lot of that away, which was really not healthy. And the last couple years, it's been about really grounding down it within myself, within my body, exploring my humanness, I guess I like to call it. And in the process, a lot of memories have come up, with a lot of different great souls that I've had the fortune of meeting, the blessing of meeting. And when those memories pop up, the thing that touches my heart the most, the thing that seems the most godly, about these people wasn't their like aura or their, love high vibe, whatever. It was their incredible humanness. And that humanness made them so divine, and that's like a common thread. And that really has been what I've been thinking about for a long time. And that inspired me myself, obviously, to, reflect, be like, oh, I think you got this a little twisted, bud. You don't want to suffocate these human emotions and this, because everything is God, and so I was drawing a lot of distinctions in my head. I'm a really intense thinker, and I tend to think in a very black and white way. It's really annoying. It's only when music comes along that I'm able to enter a space, I feel like, beyond the black and white realm. That's probably why it's so healing for me. But yeah, so in respect to that, the album has been probably my most grounded piece of work, because it was really going into all of my human emotions, and as a consequence of that, it's just so ironic that I've felt much more in touch with a divine thing or a my spirit, by being with them in my body. And the title is really the story of the title is really beautiful, because I've been the last couple years I've been really studying and learning so much more about Baul culture. And the Bauls are a group of people from primarily West Bengal that are musicians, but they're spiritual practitioners. And they've always been a great influence on me, and I'm lucky to have a Baul teacher. But in the last couple years, I've kind of really stepped into it more, and have been studying with different Baul teachers in this. And the Bauls deal a lot with the human and the body. It's their like main kind of focus, is this vessel. And so that has also really influenced the journey, I guess. And it was on a Zoom call, just like this, with a few Baul teachers. We were having a little satsang, and this one Baul teacher was talking about the this focus, this emphasis on the body. And at one point in the conversation, she said, our path is in and through the body. And that's when I heard that, and I was like, oh my God, I'm stealing that. That is going to be my album title, So because I was a little nervous because I had all the songs and everything, and we had these deadlines for the art. My manager's like, "Did you figure out a name yet? You know, because we gotta like," and I'm like, "I don't have a name. Oh my God, what am I gonna do?" You know, and finally it was on that call, right when she said it. She said, I was like, "Oh my God, that's it." You know. So yeah, sorry to be so long-winded, but the album is really, you're correct in that, and is really probably, like I said, my most rooted work, um, because of focusing on what is here now, what is right in front of me now, this body, this, these thoughts, these emotions, don't we can't cut any branch off the tree, the Baals say, right? We let the tree grow, right? I'm not going to cut off my anger or my sadness or this and that. They're all growing from the roots of one, so that makes them one. So that's been really what I've been focusing on, and that's really what the album has to deal with. Yeah.
Thank you, Trevor. Yeah. I think that, I study Jungian psychology, and that Jungian perspective, that individuation isn't just about transcending this world, but about becoming whole and integrated. And so that includes all the branches on the tree. Sometimes, Jungian psychologists don't even realize how heavily he was influenced by different indigenous tribes he had contact with and other esoteric traditions that he was studying and initiated into. And kind of brought some of that into modern society through his psychology. So definitely resonating with that similarity between wholeness in the Jungian sense and not cutting any branches off the tree in a more ancient original source teaching, sounds like. Is it Baal people, I think?
Yeah, it's Baul. It's spelled Baul. And I'm sure our professor here knows quite a bit about the Bauls, because they're very similar to the Sufis, and they take a lot of elements from Sufism, Tantric Buddhism, and traditional like Bengali Vaishnavism. So they're kind of a meeting of rivers, so to say, of a lot of different practices. But the word Baul comes from a Sanskrit word Batula, and it means like one who's afflicted with the spirit of the wind. And so they call them like mad, crazy, not like mad like I'm angry with you. It's mad, I'm mad for the spirit. I'm crazy for the spirit. And so they deal, the wind disease, they deal a lot with these secret practices of pranayama and holding the breath, and that's influenced their style of singing and how they sing, and their emphasis is on that nada Brahman, right? The sound Brahman, the creation Brahman. So yeah, they're just really, they've always been so inspiring for me. And I've been just so lucky to have had association with so many Bao teachers and masters. It's really healed a lot for me. Healed a lot for me, and it continues to do so. So, but yeah, they're pretty wild people.
Beautiful. Nathaniel, do you want to chime in on this subject of immanence and grounded spirituality, and how it's inclusive rather than, pure polarized or purely transcendent?
Yeah, I think it's part of a process of maturation in some ways. When I started out on the path, I was the classic good student, doing all the things right, the apprentice of the master, And and I think that there's a lot of wisdom to approaching things like that. But over time, there's some grit that gets into the shell of of the oyster, that forms the real pearl. And when you start out that way, you think the pearl is the behavior, of being the good student on the path, the good devotee. And it's certainly helpful, but then you meet life and you get older and things crash and things break and hearts break and there's pain and at that point there's a kind of, to use a Greek word, a kenosis that happens, a pouring into, where you didn't realize it because you thought you were a good Advaitin, you thought you were a good non-dualist because you're talking about it all the time. But when things really start to break, there's a kenosis that happens where God pours from the outside into the inside. And there's no separation anymore. God is in the broken heart. God is in all the fragments of your life, all laying all around you. And so that's been my process too. And so what I appreciate about listening to this most recent album, I said this to Yasha the other day, that there's a sense of like it's maybe the most contemplative of your albums and reflective, and it has some grit in it and pain, and it also sounds the most mature. And and I love the old albums, but as I was listening to this, especially, what is it, Great Storm Clouds, I love that song. What's the line? It's part of nature to hold a bit of pain. And I thought, that's where my life is now. And the spirituality is not, this thing out there, but it's in being able to hold that pain and not, turn it into more affliction. Because that's basically the difference between spiritual and not spiritual on the planet, is that, we all have pain, but do we become inflictors, because we have it? And does it become a pearl? Not some kind of beautiful enlightened thing, but a pearl of awareness that is like just space that holds more and more people in their journey. And so, at a point in which my life kind of fell apart, it was also the point at which, it felt like the journey really started. And it was because God had poured into reality, and it wasn't this kind of other outside that I'm always trying to leap toward. So, yeah. And I was thinking about stealing from the Baul singers, it's like, I don't know if it's a secret or not, but like all artists are thieves. And I remember once I saw this Jamaican cookbook. It says, you steal 2 eggs. If you're going to make an omelet, you steal 2 eggs, because it's just trying to be real about, we took these from the chickens. So, yeah, I really get it, And so in some ways, though I have like great love of is it Everything, Every Time, Everywhere? Or do I got that a little mixed up? I really love that album, and there's a lot of charge out of it. The grounding of this one is really where I'm at this age in my life, and the reflection of my own heart in the words in this music are really great. So, yeah.
That means a lot. Thank you. Yeah, it really resonated with a lot of that. When I was thinking a lot about how the Baals, when they sing, a lot of their songs are about lamentation, or death, or how your body's just a pile of ashes, we're all going to the same place, or how who can you call your own, You know, nobody is your own, but they're singing all these songs with a huge smile on their face, you know, like laughing. They're singing in the cremation grounds, you know, about how we're all going to die and our bodies are going to burn on this pyre right here, but they're all laughing, you know, and that's always been a huge lesson for me. Um, and I think on this album, you know, there are songs of heartbreak and struggle and stuff like this, but I feel like this record, I was able to do that with joy rather than. I really liked how you said. What did you say about the if you have pain, but not turning it into something even like more poisonous, right, or more toxic, you know? Pain is such a great blessing, you know, and all the teachers that I've met have gone through so much hardship, and I think in the West, I think, and I certainly had this kind of uh, preconceived notion. I think that's what the words are. That, you know, the spiritual path is just this beautiful, blissful journey, and when you get on it, like everything happens for you, and everything becomes aligned, and you know the whole thing, you know, and it's just so opposite of that. I think, you know. A great Indian saint Neem Karoli Baba, when a woman came to him and was crying and said, "My oh Baba, my life is so full of suffering," and he looked down and smiled and said, "Mine too." You know, it's just it's the whole dance. You know, it's the whole dance. But I really loved that how we have these moments of pain and just being able to hold them, but not turn them into this, not like gaping wound, you know, but using those things as or honoring those things for what they are, and in the process of doing that, the pain and the sadness and the broken hearts and all these things, they become the medicine in a way, you know. It's I think Leonard Cohen said, you know, the crack in the wall is how the light gets in or something, you know. So Leonard Cohen, great musician, but obviously a very intense Zen practitioner. So it's a good example of art and spirituality meeting. Yeah, that's beautiful. Super beautiful.
We've got this saying in our tradition that only a broken heart is whole. You know, a heart that's never been broken, you can't even feel or hear another heart. And so only a broken heart creates wholeness and is whole. And you know, just talking about this place where art meets spirituality, and I'm thinking about how art is transformative for our emotions. Like there was that wonderful study of blues that was done, I don't know, a decade ago, where it's like singing the blues actually transformed the feelings around that you were singing about. And it like made wholeness out of the pain. It makes wholeness out of the pain. And I think that's what a lot of deep art is about.
Love that. You're blowing my mind here. Love that.
You've been blowing mine for years, so it's
I don't know about that. Uh,
Well, it's funny too because I think both the Sufi lineage that Nathaniel is connected to and a lot of your music, Trevor, also kind of reference back to certain Indian and Hindu traditions, which do talk about that way that the venom or the poison becomes medicine. So I think that's kind of a theme. I'm curious. I also notice on the album that you bring Emery, your wife, on And I feel like that's another part of this conversation, because in general, we're talking about how certain elements like the creativity, like we're hurting, right? And we're feeling the pain of life in one way or another. And then bringing in the artistic process and processing it through creativity. There's that line where you say, there's no tradition, nothing's by the book. Because even though it's, one might call it deeply spiritual music, it's your personal process. It's just real and raw. And so I feel like the art in that way, it's not forced. You're not contriving anything. It's part of your own healing. And I'm curious, I want to come back around to the relationship aspect in a sec, but I'm curious how you feel that plays into your creative process. Does the art serve as part of your integration of the different insights and lessons you're receiving from your teachers and your life ups and downs along the way? Because to me, from outside, it feels like this platform where you're sharing that with the masses. And I don't know that that's your only intention. And I think that's a beautiful result, that it is spreading to the world through stealing eggs from the chickens. The musicians are taking these teachings and sharing them with the world. But on the inside, it's something that you really need. Maybe you're staying up at night writing a song or whatever it might be. But I'm just curious to hear that link between what happens after the life experience, but before it's suddenly transforming 10,000 people's weekend.
No, that's a really, really good question. It's making me think, for me, I never, it's really hard for me to explain because it's really beyond reason for me. Music is, oh, hey, buddy. You okay? Sorry, my pup just walked in. Music is it's not a thing where I'm not thinking about the crowds. I'm not thinking about the people. I'm not thinking, and that's why it's such a healer. A lot of the times I don't know if I'm singing a song or the song is singing me, to be honest. And that's what makes it such a mystical experience for me. I never wanted to be a musician. It was just in me. It was just, music was just, I don't know, some people find that strange. They're like, you never wanted to like be a professional. I'm like, it just happened, and music has always been that thing that I've been able to surrender to. And it just happens that these songs that come to me or come through me or whatever, and I'm sure any other artist can perhaps relate in some way, there's a state where you disappear, and it's just this creation, this creative Shakti, this force, whatever it may be, that's moving through you. And it's such a blissful feeling, when you're really in the flow, and you're just not there anymore. There's no, your small self, I should say, is not there anymore. So there's no intention. There's no, for me at least, there's no intention. There's no premeditated thoughts. Because when it comes to music, I don't want to be involved. I want it to do what it wants to do. Of course, there's like experiences that happen in my life that I write about and this and that. But even then, in the process, it's like that experience is unpacking itself through me in this sonic painting, and I just share the things that have touched my heart. That's it. I'm not thinking like, oh, am writing for the people or for this or for, like it's really not like that for me. If it gets like that, it gets so messed up and I almost get like a writer's block, or I'm not able to really, I don't feel like I'm in a honest space, I guess. So for me, it's just the songs come and they touch my heart and they help me so much. They bring me so much joy, and I just want to share that joy. And if people like it, great. If not, great. I just, yeah, I don't know if that fully answers the question, but there's no like premeditated, yeah, like regimen or process like that. When that happens, it just doesn't work for me. That's just me. That's just how it's my process, I guess.
I think that does answer the question beautifully. And the other question I was leaning towards there, where you bring your wife onto the album, is how I think relationship can be really grounding, both as a performer in the public eye that you are, and on the spiritual path in general, human relationship, personal relationship. So I'd love to hear from both of you. I know that love figures greatly into especially Sufism. So I'd be curious to hear from Nathaniel just about that. And also from you, Trevor, how I'm curious if you feel that, being family, I don't know if family oriented is the right term necessarily, but having those responsibilities of taking care of each other and caring for someone near you, if that maybe is some kind of also grounding or protection that really helps make it a bit more sustainable and a bit more, you could say integrated to be performing like you do and to share your gifts with the world. So either one of you.
Go ahead, sir.
Relationship, huh? Well, I guess from a few different perspectives, I think about this. One, as a public spiritual teacher, whatever that means, there are a lot of projections. And really, it's kind of the heaviest burden of the whole thing because, the projection doesn't really want to allow for your person, The person has to go to the bathroom or needs a break from all of this talk or doesn't want to talk any more spiritual talk for a while and then the projections from if you're heterosexual from the opposite sex and it can be a heavy deal, and it's very grounding to have a good relationship, and that relationship can be like a shield, or a sieve for some of these projections, and to be able to go home to that person who cares about you for who you are, with all the imperfections, is just profoundly healing, if you can get it. And, and related to that, I think, in terms of, spirituality, not everybody agrees about this, but I really feel like, well, there's a perennial element to spirituality, something that is always the same and never changing. In terms of humanity and consciousness, there are also paradigm shifts that have to do with how we relate to that perennial element of spirituality. And I feel like one of the most profound for us today is integrating relationship into our spiritual path. In fact, I would say relationship is probably the key to understanding our spirituality today. Because no matter what the tradition is, be it, a Hindu tradition, a Sufi tradition, a Hasidic tradition, Christian contemplative tradition, almost all of the writings that we're kind of basing ourselves on are medieval and kind of monastic oriented, which means there's something that they can't address for us. It will be our contribution to the wisdom of the future is how to work out that spiritual path vis-a-vis of this mirror in our life, of a lover. And that's how Sufism really deals with it. That person is an opportunity, but not just an opportunity. They're whole in themselves. But they're a mirror to witness yourself. And in witnessing yourself, then you have an opportunity and a responsibility to address some things. And so I really feel like it's the most challenging place, and it's the most beautiful and blessed place for us. And, those two things are bound, the challenge and the beauty. And you don't get the beauty without the challenge, and the most profound challenge is there because you're called to the beauty. So, yeah, for me, it's almost the most important thing right now in terms of my spiritual path, that relationship.
So beautiful. Yeah, I'm just taking that in. Yeah, it's the monastic element, as you say, to so many of these traditions that have come down. That even in my own journey, that's always sometimes caused a lot of pain or heartbreak. Because it's like, is it not? Is it lower? To be in a physical relation, like this, and that's not a healthy way to think. I'm just thinking about when my wife and I got married in India. I proposed to her at our ashram there. When we came back to the ashram to see our Guruji, who is a sannyasi, monastic, monk. In the Hindu tradition, the sannyasis, these monks, they're not allowed to even attend weddings. That's not their path. Their path is the path of renunciation, external renunciation, as well as internal. But our Guruji, when we came back into the ashram after I proposed, he said, "Go gather these things and meet me in the shrine." And he brought us in the shrine, and he himself married us, out of his love. And we felt no lesser or nothing like that, It was just so beautiful. The heart conquers all, And at one point, one of our brother senior Guru Bhais, he looked at us, I'll never forget, and he said, sometimes you're Shiva and sometimes she's Parvati. And then he said, sometimes she's Shiva and sometimes you're Parvati, meaning sometimes you're the disciple, and she's the Guru, and vice versa. And that has just stuck with me so deeply, over the years. And it's been true. I've learned so much. And I had all these misconceptions about what an authentic spiritual path kind of meant. And just like you were saying before about that poem, I forget the line, I see your robe of patches. It's or no, there's no tradition, right? Nothing's by the book, That's kind of the fun part, I think, on the path, when we have all these preconceived notions of what it means to be on a spiritual path and how you dress, and I gotta have a long beard and jutta, and I gotta be wearing a robe and all that stuff. And when all that's shattered, when you learn like the greatest spiritual lesson from like your gas station attendant, or which has happened, or like, I don't know, from like just somebody that you would least expect it. When those preconceptions are shattered, it's that broken heart maybe that you're talking about, right? That's when the love and the light can really manifest, because we're just letting go of so many attachments. And I think my relationship with my wife has been the greatest teacher of my journey. Um, you know, I would not like, I just would not be able to learn the things I've learned without having her in my life, without having that partner, you know. And and I fully honor that, you know. It's funny because the Baos, they all get married. To bring it back to the Baos, they all get married, they all have children, right? They kind of go, but they all wear orange, just like sannyasis, right? They break this, they shatter this mold, you know. Sri Ramakrishna, one of my greatest inspirations, Bengali mystic, he said that there's two ways to fight, right? The sannyasi's out there in the open, right? He's out there in the open, but the householders, they get to fight within a fort, you know. And he said that a partner on the spiritual path is one of the greatest blessings. He himself was a sannyasi. He himself was also married. So those things that shatter, I guess, those preconceived notions. I really appreciated that, what you said, Professor, that it's like, so that monastic trip for like the spiritual life it's painful when you get stuck in that. It's really caused me a lot of confusion at first, and still does sometimes, you know. But maybe that's part of it. You know, maybe that confusion is part of it, to like constantly kind of, you know, mess us up in a way, because when we get messed up like that is when we can surrender, I think. And that's when something comes in, right? We're like, oh. But in terms of my relationship, like you're asking, I always go back to that line that our Gurubai said, and it's because it's so true. You know, all the Baals, they revere the wife as the guru, because they know that Radha, Krishna's beloved, was in full control, right? So they revere all their wives as, you know, the guru, in fact. So those types of things I like. I like when it gets shooken up. And I also like to look on my own experience, you know, and my own experience in my relationship has been one of great learning. And like I said, I wouldn't have been able to learn the things I have without that mirror, without that divine partner in my life.
I like. I have a friend who's a wonderful monk of the Ramakrishna order, and he was telling me about.
What's his name?
Swami Atmarupananda.
Oh yeah, is he in what center is he in?
They had him back in Bengal for a while. Now he's in Texas.
Atmarupananda, I feel like I know. Anyway, sorry to interrupt, but go ahead.
He's a wonderful sage, and he was talking once about Ramakrishna's pilgrimage to discover Shakti, and how he would go visit, you know, a great scientist, a great musician, a great artist, because he wanted to see, you know, and, you know, always kind of geniuses, because he wanted to see the most powerful manifestations of Shakti, the divine feminine energy, as it comes through everywhere. And it's just like remembering that everything is a manifestation of that, and an opportunity to worship and learn. And he was only looking for the most intensified forms, but really it's available, you know. Our partners are that manifestation of Shakti, you know, for us to learn from the energetic, the pulsing energetic form that is dynamic and which you have to learn to relate to and dance with.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. So true. Thakur always taught that to all of his householder disciples, you know. Some of them wanted to leave the world. Some of them wanted to become sannyasis, and he said no. He said that your path is here, you know. So that's refreshing, you know. He wasn't like, yeah, just give it. He's like, what will happen to your wife and children and this and that, you know. One of my favorite lines was he would tell his householders that you should live like a maidservant lives in their master's home, right? A maidservant comes to the house, she takes care of all the master's children and says, my Ram, my Hari, but she knows in her heart that those children are not her own, and she knows that that house is not her own. Her mind is in the country, right? So it's like that. You have to take care of, this is all Ma's, you know, this is all, and we're just custodians, I think. It's a beautiful, I believe it's a really safe attitude, really beautiful attitude, you know, to be a servant of the servant, as they say in Bao culture.
There's several lines in the album that comments both of you were making. I actually wrote down when I was listening to the album, and then both of you were practically quoting the lines that stood out to me. You know, there's that one, I'm a hip hop artist, so I catch the rhyme schemes, and there's that one where you talk about the mirror of the heart. How does it go? The rise, because there's a little play on your rise,
My mirror of the heart. What song is that? What song is that?
It's like we've got to clean. Well,
On the new album? Okay,
yeah.
okay, hold on. Give me more clues.
Cleaning
Give
the
me more
eyes.
clues.
Basically, there's a line that in the Sufi and Hasidic teachings that Natano shares sometimes, there's this idea of polishing the mirror of the heart. And there's a line in one of your songs where you talk about like the mirror of the heart, and then you mention something about cleaning the eyes. We've got to clean your eyes and shine, which I thought was a play on rise and shine.
Oh yeah, more than love. I got it now. Sorry. The mirror of the heart, it never lies. Gotta purify our eyes and shine. Yeah. Sorry, took me a second.
No, it's good.
Well, that mirror of the heart is a term that I've heard from so many different teachers. You know, obviously, like so many different traditions. So the idea being that, you know, that supreme, I guess, pure spirit is ever present, right? It's not something that we're attaining or something like this. It's just that there's some dust on the mirror, you know, and the dust is all of that stuff, all of our stuff, you know. So that term is used, cleanse the mirror of the heart, you know, and you will see the reality, you know. Purify your eyes and shine, you know, like this. That's just the process, I guess, you know, because we all think even all the time, it's like, I got to get this thing, you know, I got to get this happiness, I got to get this joy, I gotta, you know, get this enlightenment and all this stuff, you know, because we're always going out, you know. So they say to, you know, turn the mirror upon itself, you know, or turn the vision upon inward. They call the Baals backwards pilgrims, right? Because they're going against the river, you know. Yeah, cleansing the mirror of the heart. It's a process.
I think think what I'm getting at is that it's basically every single line has like 10 Zoom calls like this of teachings behind it. Anyway, so I was just saying
Sorry, I
that
just had to
it
close the
seems
door.
like oh, no worries. Just that listening to the album, I guess what I'm getting at is that hearing every other line, it's just embedded with stories and teachings that could take 10, podcast episodes like this to unpack. Another one was where you're singing with your wife and you say, I see your nature, you see my maker. And just little details like that stand out of like, well, that's just, poetry and you're not contriving it. It's just visionary flow. It's not on purpose, but then you hear it and you also say, but it's got some of the deepest esoteric teachings embedded within it, showing, that interplay of the Shiva and Parvati, as you say, and the maker creator archetype, or the nature immanence and so on. There's so many like that. The remembrance in I remember you, do you remember too? You were, are, will be. That also stood out to me. All these little details that I think go really deep. I don't know, Nathaniel, if you want to chime in on any of that, feel free. Otherwise, I'm surprised neither of you have started telling any stories. I mean, it's all I hear either of you do when I normally hear both of you
I have
speak.
too many. I have so many stories, Lord.
I guess I do want to chime in, because I was thinking
Chime in.
I was saying something. I was thinking about something you were saying earlier, Trevor, about process and like trying to get out of the way of the process, and related to what Yasha was just saying about, whether it's as a visual artist, as a painter, use my paintings in the background, and or my basic archetype, like everybody's got an archetype from which they operate. And even as a spiritual teacher, I still operate like an artist, I think. And it's kind of about how to, how do you relate to the flow that is available? Like there's a flow that is available like a signal that's just out there. And are you tuned to it or not? And there are two ways to make bad art or bad spirituality. And one is like we were talking about, like, oh, do you write for the masses? That would be one way to make bad art, because you're not connected, it's contrived. And then on the other end, you can write reference that is so personal. If you're writing poetry, your references are too tight, they're too related to some specific event in your life. And you close people out. There's not enough for people in general to relate to. And the art or the spirituality are really somewhere in the middle, where you're responding to like a primal call. I'm going to put this in some religious terms. It's almost like a teleological echo. And that just means like the echo of the future that exists in the present that calls forth the future. Like that's like God's calling from the future into our present, saying, come to this place. And for me, a lot of my, most relevant spiritual talk and practice is a response to that call. And the same with my art. And I think it can't be anything contrived or else it goes wrong. Like if I'm trying to if I want to get some sophisticated non-dual idea into a painting, it's going to be crap. But if it comes from the integration, like almost the chemical reaction to this person with that flow, then you'll get something that is personal and true and reflective, of, what is rich and good, It doesn't always happen, and sometimes there's a mixture, but I think this is true whether it's the spiritual path or the artistic process. It's being somewhere in the middle where you're not absent of person because there's a reaction happening. It has to come through a vessel, but it's not about your vessel. And so, I love this discussion. I think it's where the real is in all of this.
Thanks, Nathaniel. I have one last question for you, Trevor, and you can go wherever you want with it.
I'm still just taking all that in.
Yeah, we can have a moment.
No, go ahead. It's good. I just it's really beautiful.
Yeah. Well, Nathaniel, I'm really glad we're doing this all together. I'm, excited to be able to host. And also Nathaniel's been a close personal mentor, not just a co-founder of the festival with me, but a spiritual friend and mentor to me for years. So I'm very glad that we get to experience both your insights and how, there's so much parallel and intersection, not only with where we're all living right now, but also with the actual discussions and things we want to talk about. So my question is this. I know, this is probably something you've spoken to several times now. It's probably one of the more activating and controversial tracks on the album is the Fire on Your House. I think, different people have different responses to it. For me, it's probably my favorite. It's my favorite, I would say. And I think that Nathaniel's talk of theological echo seems to be a theological echo of what I wanted to ask next, which is that in the past, I remember in, I think, Fruitful Darkness, your last album, right? There's a song where I feel a deep prayer as you're singing about that you're still learning how to live in your fire. And there's this, thread, this echo that runs from that album to this song on an elemental level, where these elements, which is a core part of my practice, the altar that we keep here at our community is with the fire and the water, the air and the earth, and that's kind of all centered around the spirit, but that's our altar place, and one that I think is pretty universal in many initiatic traditions. And so I'm curious how this process, it seems to be very real, and continuous, right? Years later, you're still singing about fire. And what stands out to me is that the first time I hear you singing about it, you're saying, I'm learning how to live in my fire. It's like you're telling yourself and affirming that that's where you're headed. And then the next time we hear from you, you're just firing. You're fire. So I just want to congratulate you on that. And I heard you calling it the hissing song, and something that I also noticed is that fire, we think snakes hiss, right? But fire also hisses. And so I'm curious if you could just speak to your relationship to the elements and to your fire and how that's coming through in this song, what it means for you and in general.
Oh man, yeah, that's a deep one.
I asked it right when the time's up, so we've got you hooked.
No, I'm good. I'm thinking about yeah, wow. Just thinking about so much. There's kind of many places I guess I could start, or there's many avenues to talk about this song because it was a very big decision on the record. It wasn't a light decision to include the song or not, and this and that. Because the song came through when I was obviously in a very angry place, and I had so much pent up, and I recorded it here in my home as for me, for me to just have this kind of cathartic healing, let it out. Never intending to release it, never intending to put it anywhere like this, And I only played it for a few friends and my wife and my manager, and they're all like, you have to release the song. I was like, no way, I can't. Why not? Right? And this was like Ma's sword, Mother Kali's sword, because yeah, I'm just going to go down this path for a second. We create our personas, and being in the public eye, like an artist or anything like this, there's a lot of other people creating your persona, unconsciously, consciously, whatever it may be, but all these things kind of add up, and before you know it, you're in this kind of role, I guess, and there's a point where you kind of see the role holding you back or something, or yeah, it's like you feel like you can only act within this role, right? So in my instance, right, the songs that have always come through me have always been kind of I don't know, spiritual, bright, meditative, whatever, and I was always known as that, oh, he's the spiritual singer, of his age or whatever. It always drive me nuts, but I was just like, oh, whatever, it is what it is. I can't put out an angry song, no way, because that doesn't fit my persona, right? And and then it goes to, I'm not allowed to be angry, right? I can only be peaceful and understanding and all this stuff, which that's what I thought, and I didn't, and in the process of that, being not only just in the music business, but in life, you get taken advantage of and all these types of things, and we tend on the spiritual path to look down upon anger or these types of things. You just have to be this really clean, like, person and agree with everybody, and that always pissed me off. I mean, to be honest, it just pissed me off because I felt like this isn't working somehow. So in that sense, right, I needed to put the song out, because this record was about being honest in every aspect of my human, right? Anger is an emotion, and it needed to be expressed to get the whole picture, I guess. And if people like it, right, because it's direct, like you said, it's your favorite song, that's really cool. Great. If people don't like it, right, that's also great, because I'm shattering a perception again. Oh, Trevor Hall, I got so many so many messages and comments like, this isn't you. And I'm like, oh, thank you. I didn't know that, but thank you so much. So it worked. It was like a double-edged sword for me, because it helped me get out of my attachment to a persona, and I think it also helped people, like, because in the public eye, we look at all these singers, celebrities. I mean, I do the same thing. Like, I'm not saying I'm a celebrity or anything, but I'm just saying that people in the public eye, you're like, they're not human, And I love it when something happens and you're like, oh, shit, they're human. That's cool, So that was one sense of the song, right? The other sense was the hissing story, right, that Sri Ramakrishna tells so beautifully, of the monk that goes into the village, right, a wandering sadhu, and he comes to this village, and in this village there's a snake that lives in this field and is very harmful to anybody that enters the field, hisses and bites and the whole thing, poisonous snake. So the villagers tell this wandering sadhu, don't go out into this field because there's a snake that lives there and he'll bite you and you'll die. It's a poisonous snake. And the sadhu, I'm not afraid of this, I'm a sadhu, you know. So he walks out, and the snake comes out of its hole and raises its head, the whole thing. And when the snake sees the sadhu and sees his energy, he becomes transformed, right? It's a play on holy company, right? And the snake, you know, hears the sadhu speak and is enlightening him like this with his words, and says, I'll make you my disciple, right? I'll give you a holy mantra, and don't harm anybody. Repeat this mantra and don't harm anybody. Change your nature, right? So the snake says, okay. So he starts repeating his holy mantra, and he doesn't harm anybody. Well, the villagers, all this, they realize, oh, this snake is not, you know, harming us, you know, so they're not afraid anymore. All the kids are out in the field, and when the snake comes out, they take the snake and they whipping it around and bashing it and the whole thing, and he's just getting like totally beaten up. So time passes, a year passes, whatever it may be. The wandering sadhu comes back to the village and says, where's my disciple? And the villagers say, oh, he has died. That snake has died. We haven't seen him anymore, like this. And the sadhu says, that's impossible because of the mantra I gave him, right? So he goes out into the field, he calls for his disciple, snake slithers out of its hole, and he's, you know, no food, hasn't eaten, bashed, the whole thing, and he doesn't want to come out of his hole because the kids will pick him up and the whole thing, and he's like super weak. And sadhu says, oh, what has happened to you? He said, Maharaj, I'm doing my sadhana in my hole, you know, repeating this mantra, and the sadhu says, why are you so thin like this? He says, well, the kids, now they pick me up and bash me and all this stuff. And why didn't you protect yourself? He said, well, Guruji, you told me not to harm anybody, not to bite anybody. And he said, I told you not to bite, but I didn't tell you not to hiss, right? And that's that hissing element, right? Where we have to be able to show that energy sometimes, and it can be used, I think, in a righteous way, right? When Mother Kali lifted her sword, was it not an act of compassion? You know, was her anger not that? You know, when she was on the battlefield, this story where she slays the demons, it is out of that fierce grace, right? As Ram Dass would say, fierce compassion. So that's always been uncomfortable for me because I felt for some reason, no, that's not right. I have to be, again, you know, like this. And one of my teachers he always says, be a devotee, but don't be a fool. You know, so we have to, I guess it's just exploring that realm of the fire, you know, of it not being a negative quality or something. That fire is obviously a purifying, if you're talking about the element itself, right? It can burn you, but it also cooks your food. So you have to know how to use it, I guess. And it's just that process of learning what that element is within my own body, and not putting it out, you know. Again, a whole lesson for me in attachment and what's right and what's persona and perception and, you know, all these things, you know. It's just so funny. We just have this idea with spirituality. It's just so funny. Another beautiful story. See, now you're I told you, like, be careful what you wish for, right? But Krishna Das tells this beautiful story of Dada Mukherjee, who was a very, very well-known devotee of Neem Karoli Baba. Neem Karoli Baba, the great mystic of India, used to come and in the winter stay in Dada's house. And he called it his winter camp, right? But Dada Mukherjee is a professor at Allahabad University and very Western educated, didn't believe in anything like this, and then met Maharaji and became totally transformed, you know. So Krishna Das tells this story that he's in Allahabad where Dada lives, and it's the time of the Kumbh Mela, this great festival in Allahabad. and a sadhu from a visiting guru invites Krishna Das to come stay in their camp out near the Sangam, near the meeting place of the rivers. So the monk comes to, because Krishna Das was staying at Dada's house, which is very near the Sangam. I've been lucky to gone there many times, and comes to pick up Krishna Das to escort him to the camp. And Krishna Das says the sadhu comes and he meets Dada, this like householder professor dude, in his eyes. And he just says he treats him so poorly, right? He just writes him off as this just whatever guy. And Krishna Das said he was extremely embarrassed at this, the sadhu comes and, and the whole thing. And before Krishna Das leaves, Dada says, I have to show you something, and Krishna Das is like, okay. And at this time, Dada's very old, and he's walks up the stairs with Krishna Das to this room, and he has this almirah, this cupboard, and under lock and key, he opens up the cupboard, and in one section of the cupboard, it's this mound of like rags and stuff, something inside it, and Dada takes out this thing, whatever. Krishna Das doesn't know what it is, and he starts taking off the rags, and it's a kamandalu, right? It's a water pot. A lot of the sadhus carry with them like this. They're usually made of like brass and all this stuff, but it's just this, very like kind of dirty, rusted almost thing. And he told Krishna Das that I think Maharaji gave it to him, and he looked at Krishna Das and he said, see, Krishna Das, you don't have to shine. And Krishna Das was like, oh my God, he's like, you don't have to shine. This sadhu came in all of his holy garb, trying to have this, I guess, aura. And here's this professor, from Allahabad that had the grace of being with one of the greatest mystics of the time. And that's what he said to Krishna Das. He said, you don't have to shine. And Krishna Das was just completely, just taken with that. I forget why I told the story now, but it's a good story. We don't have to, I think it's just like, I've been thinking so much about the misconception of like the spiritual path, and I just don't, I can't stand it when we don't, when we try to put ourselves in a persona or something to be, quote, holy, and in the process we're not even being ourselves. I just think that that's ridiculous, Some of the most spiritual people I've met have no spiritual path at all. They're just authentically themselves and don't deny any of their they're just so comfortable in themselves. They're not acting in any particular way. So that's kind of what I've been trying to work on in myself, It's just trying to be authentic in every moment and not try to cut off any parts of myself to fit some idea of what I think it means to be a good person or holy person or something like that. Oh, God, I just talked for so long. I probably seem like such a poop head, but I told you not to ask me to tell stories. I just love stories.
That was our goal. We're getting some gold nuggets here. I don't know if Nathaniel wanted to chime in with some last words before I close this out here.
Yeah, just that I thought that that was great. Both stories are great, and I really felt like the second one was coming from the place of like, you know, not necessarily the point of, you don't have to shine in terms of, be in the spotlight, but in terms of like it it doesn't always have to be pretty. The path isn't always going to be pretty and the hissing story was really reminding me of something my teacher used to say about how valuable it is to have uh, a persona, in fact, more than one, and even one that is fierce, because it's valuable to know how to growl. He would say sometimes you have to, but the point I think on the spiritual path is that it's a persona, you're not identified with it. When you're totally identified with it, then you are the thing. But when it's a persona, let me put this mask on. I need to be a little bit fierce to be effective, or I'm feeling that. But I know I can say I'm feeling this, not I am, I always use the example of, anger. We always say I'm angry, which means I am anger. But when you say I'm experiencing a lot of anger, then there's just enough distance to not get it twisted, you get yourself twisted up with the anger. And then you got a little room to maneuver around it and you don't hit necessarily, but you express. And I think it's a really important point about like how we read scripture and spiritual books. We always read them as prescriptive, like they're telling us how to behave, but they're not all prescriptive. Sometimes they're expressive. And it's the same with music or scripture. Like the Bible has a lot of psalms, which are songs, and the Song of Songs is all about eros. It's all about erotic desire, and it's saying that's something that we feel. And then the Psalms of David, people always read these and go, oh, that doesn't seem like how I should behave. Well, it's not being prescriptive about how you should behave. It's David saying, I'm feeling awful. I'm feeling angry. And in both the Christian and the Jewish tradition, you pray the Psalms like you sing somebody else's song so that you can run through the manifold emotions that we have as human beings and get to experience them when we're not necessarily in them. We try them on when we're not necessarily in them so that we're like in good contact with all the kinds of things we can feel. Yeah, sometimes it's anger. Sometimes it's sadness. Sometimes it's bitterness. But we try them on in a spiritual context to kind of clean them up a little bit. And so I think that's a big confusion. We think everything has to be prescriptive. And some of it's just expressive. The art is in just like, this has got to come out. And maybe like it speaks to Yasha. And like, yeah, I know where that's at. Doesn't mean I'm going to hurt anybody. Doesn't mean I'm going to wish them ill. It means that I have the feelings about that. So I think it's a really important song, and I think it's a real important messaging about still knowing how to hiss and having access to that. Because if we don't have access to that, then we just get, trampled like the poor snake.
Absolutely.
So like I really appreciate that story.
Yeah, that's beautiful though. That's really, I love that. It's not all prescriptive, you know. I've gotten myself so mixed up with reading certain things, thinking that I have to apply everything, you know. Again, it's exploring each emotion. It's like, with the bowels, sorry to bring it back to them, they're just my place. But when they sing, right, when we're singing these songs that were written by the masters, right, we're not we may not be feeling exactly right what they have felt and this and that, but by singing their songs, we're exploring, again, like you said, that emotion, and we're putting ourselves in that seat, and that's kind of the practice, naturally those things will wash off on us and affect us, and but yeah, I love that not everything is prescriptive. It's just It's really beautiful. Really beautiful. So don't go burn anybody's houses, is what I'm trying to say. It's not the point of the song. Anyhow.
Unless those houses are the personas that we've adopted
Yeah.
from people's
Inside
projections.
you. Yeah, inside you. Yeah.
I'm glad you brought it back to the bowels, because all this persona talk brought me back around to where I started with Jungian psychology. And I'm seeing this beautiful paradox in what the two of you are saying, where they're both saying the same thing in almost opposite ways, in the sense that the emotions like anger and sadness, we're not over identifying with them, but we also have to remember that our nature, or whatever, ineffable, also over identifies with quote unquote positive things as well. And so if that's being, in an inspiring way, a celebrity in the sense of a famous artist, or someone who promotes spirituality and understanding and peace, and then suddenly we're so identified with the light that we can't, be ourselves. And so being ourselves, whatever that means in the moment, it seems like, without getting stuck on whether that, so that we can more fully from that space that's not completely caught in any of them, really include and participate in all of them, including both the difficult and the beautiful. So that's all I really had to say there. We're at our time here, and yeah.
Well, thank you so much. It's been really a beautiful conversation. I really learned so much, and just appreciate being included for sure. It's really beautiful.
Likewise. Yeah. So
Alrighty.
speaking of fire, thanks for visiting the HeartFire Festival, and
Yes.
I hope we can stay in touch. I think maybe do
I
something
hope so
like this
too.
again. Yeah.
I hope so too. Yeah, thank you so much. Jai Guru.
Peace. Thank you for joining us today for the second day of HeartFire Festival, All Hallows Weekend 2020, virtual event online. We hope that you're enjoying yourselves. If you are, please bring your friends. Please ask all your friends that you bring to join the campaign and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Anyone that's able to make a donation, please help us sustain our festival during these times. We are not able to have large gatherings in person. Normally tickets would cost $100, $200, but we're trying to make it completely accessible online and donation-based. We're glad we can bring this to you, but we are continuing to support our artists financially out of pocket. We are continuing to support our teachers and elders. So if you'd like to keep this content going, if it adds something meaningful to your life, to hear from these different traditions, to hear from these artists and poets, please support all of them and support our work with them by donating to HeartFire Festival. You can do so right here on YouTube, we hope, and also on the worldchangers.us website. Under donate, we also have a store, Mystic Moose Market, where you can see all kinds of crafts and weavings, laser cut artwork, all available online, designed by our friend Stephen Newman of Mahatma Productions. We have supplies of Andean weavings, tapestries, beadwork from our friends in Peru that have an ongoing relationship with certain traditional artisans and craftswomen from certain pueblos that we continue having a reciprocal relationship with, reinvesting in their artwork and their community as they pass their craft down to the next generations. Also artwork not only from the Quechua villages and the mountains of Peru, but also Huichol beadwork. We have some left from Mexico, from our friends there that support their work, protecting their land and their pilgrimages. And so, check out the marketplace, Mystic Moose Market online at worldchangers.us. Make a donation if you can to support the festival. And we'll see you tomorrow. Bring your friends. Let's just go take some time to meditate, integrate this whole day, remember all the workshops, all the events of today, and get some good deep rest, some lucid dreams. And we'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Mountain Time. but it's always morning somewhere. So one way or another, we'll see you bright and early.
Yeah. Entonces recuerden por favor si este festival realmente les gusta y realmente pueden apreciar esta participación de artistas, de maestros, de facilitadores con todas estas prácticas tan importantes, tan tradicionales y ancestrales que realmente son muy, muy beneficiosas para la humanidad en estos tiempos. Pues si en verdad ha tocado su corazón este festival, traigan a más amigos, pasen la voz a sus familiares, a sus amigos, a sus vecinos. Realmente esto es desde casa y también así contarles de que nosotros continuamos con este trabajo, con este servicio, colaborando, apoyando a artistas realmente en este tiempo. Lo estamos haciendo gratuitamente, disponible para todo el mundo, ¿no? Pero realmente nosotros seremos muy gratos de recibir donaciones. Pueden hacer las donaciones en nuestro canal Sparks Radio en YouTube. También pueden contactarnos en nuestra página worldchangers.us, because en español es diferente la pronunciación. Realmente también pueden colaborarnos con nuestro mercado indígena ancestral que tenemos en esta página. Tenemos ponchos, cosas tradicionales realmente directas de indígenas, de comunidades indígenas de diferentes lugares como México, como Perú. Y también artistas que son conscientes y que trabajan de una forma desde corazón, ¿no? Desde el espíritu, con una intención en todo lo que crean, en todo lo que hacen. Entonces, bueno, hay muchos caminos que ustedes pueden realmente colaborarnos y para que realmente nosotros sigamos con este proyecto que lo hacemos de todo corazón y con muy buenas intenciones. Entonces, nos vemos mañana a las 2, ¿no? En la tarde. Realmente no sé qué hora sea en su país, pero bueno, acá estamos conectados. Miren en la página, ahí pueden ver el horario.
Y es siempre mañana en un lugar, entonces buenos días siempre. Thank you, Waira. Gracias. Lots of appreciation for your service with HeartFire and with World Changers. You know, World Changers has 2 pillars, just like we have 8 different limbs. We won't go into all of that right now, but the 2 pillars are inner work for global change and global work for inner change. And so what that means is that rather than criticizing what's out there in the world and trying to tear it down, we're interested in first working on ourselves and then also as a part of that engaging with our communities around us and actually being in service, doing something active, constructive, proactive, rather than just reactive. And so one way that we do that is by creating events like this that are completely independent and homemade, grassroots, family business. So if you'd like to support that kind of thing that, you know, Hollywood's not paying for, then, you know, go ahead and chip in for HeartFire Festival. And we hope that beyond just supporting our work and collaborating with us, it also empowers people to understand that kind of attitude, that perspective, that it starts with responsibility. Each one of us ourselves working on our lives, our state of mind, and with that, also actively branching out and benefiting the world in a tangible way. Because there's a lot that we can do just criticizing, you know, how other people might be doing it, but if I'm not doing it myself, then it might not, you know, be as helpful, as constructive of a critique. So I hope that, you know, I can use my energy, my time each day to the benefit of as many beings as possible and to help create you know, a positive world and a more sustainable society, more harmonious society, more solidarity between countries and nations and cultures, more understanding between people of different perspectives, more connection between humans and their origin, which is nature itself, Mother Nature and the cosmic nature that goes beyond what we can even imagine, the great mystery. So we hope that these spiritual kind of perspectives and insights can inform and sustain and support our work to proactively benefit people in the world. And so we hope that resonates with you all as well, that expanding consciousness is the most effective way to change the world, and it comes with action, it comes with creativity and so on. And so this is how we're approaching it. And we hope you can all appreciate that. We appreciate you for being here and for supporting us, and we will see you tomorrow.
Gracias, Yasha. Gracias, World Changers. Gracias a todos. Bendiciones, sueños lúcidos. Y esperamos que realmente puedan estar muy felices de tener toda esta grandiosa puerta y mágica puerta con todas estas mágicas y muy sabias y ancestrales regalos del universo, de las tradiciones, de los abuelos, de los artistas. Así que, bueno, somos parte de la creación y si creamos juntos vamos a crear un mundo mejor muy pronto. Estamos todos creando. Así que, ajo, hayaya, por las creaciones, por buen camino.
Yes.
Bendiciones.
Munus Nostra e Paz. Happy Halloween!
Rehearse verses, resurrect the dead, reverse hearses. I said rehearse verses, resurrect the dead, reverse hearses. Absurd wizard wordsmith, whirling up a whirlwind when working with a pen. Word words to word ends. These scheme just a means, I've seen worst ends. Seen a friend as an angel in his death, seemingly concrete as if he was there in flesh. Shared presence as we peeked out from the crest. Transformed forms, but we never upped and left them. Breath to the spirits who have yet to come to rest. Reinforcement for the forces who have yet to bear the test. Drama of our forefathers gathered here to mend. Ignite a candle's wick, light a stick of incense. Listen to the ghosts as they whisper amongst themselves. Like I said, rehearse verses, resurrect the dead, reverse hearses. At the top of a medieval steeple, my dead friend appeared, seeming ethereal. He sat relaxed by my side as we peered off the cathedral. A king in life and death, he seemed even more regal. He spoke to me psychically and I know it's unbelievable. And you ain't gotta believe it, y'all, but I was right there. I swear he materialized out of thin air. Rehearse verses, resurrect the dead, reverse hearses. I said rehearse verses, resurrect the dead, reverse hearses. Give swervy scriptures, scripted in cursive. Powwow with ancestors before us. Learn word of the journeys in service. Escaping murderers out to murk us. The immense love which let them endure torture. The faith which escaped horrible horrors. A long line of time-tested warriors. Possessed near the Isaac glorious. Stories of hell sojourners. Righteous leaders in narrow corridors and corners scaring us. The rebels who rebelled and carried us. Burn sage, carry the names and pain out of the dust. A word to the wise alive, the dead have much to teach us. Like I said, rehearse verses, resurrect the dead, reverse hearses. I went to Jewish mystics' grave and prayed. They say their lips move in the tomb if you teach in their name. I didn't see it so I can't say, but I know the way I felt, as if my soul and their soul began to melt. Communing and attuning in a mutual heart realm. They gave unspoken words of wisdom, and my heart is still with them. So the lines aren't just nice to listen, it's truth as I spit them. Rehearse verses, resurrect the dead, reverse hearses.